Chatu, where you dey go? Where you dey find?
Why they ask me that kind of question? Say where I dey go? Where I dey go? I dey come. I dey come. You don't hit my car. I still don't bash my car. Tell me you don't hit my car. I still don't bash my car. What do you dey find? Where you dey go? As I dey waka dey go like so. Me I'm looking for this party. This party hold me plenty money. They tell me say in the Ikoyi, me I get this for one party. Share the party yeah, offer by me. Today not today, no time for story. Tibadelere, Tibagamu, he must to pay me all the money. I can't reach the house, I can't see say people gather they just they cry. I try to know where to cause they cry. Then tell me say my party don't buy. As I come they go back to my house, I come miss more odor for row. The nothing where I hear from my back.
Holy Ghost fire, supernatural, boost my confidence. My cocaine, my heart desire, give me happiness. I know.
It's lonely at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. Ololola de mango my love. Orokoto idisho my love. If you want to let Jack come alone, you can find anybody na money I want. Not they hear what the people they talk. Want to get a shakeleti love. This is love and I wanna get another one. I go take and do waiting I love. Waiting you love, oh. No be waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do and without my heart, oh. Okokoro no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger. But when I know the waste time. Mr. Money Ginger. Just carry on, there be no time. Bad boy day, me I dey fine. And at the same time, me I dey high. Motrotomo stand out, calm down, you go dey fine. Like fine wine, no decline. Sick about it, extraordinary things. Show me love, I go show you more. Bó ṣe ń ṣe, wo bó ṣe ń ṣe. Ọmọ yìí don teja, ṣerékélé, mo fọ́ fáyé, mo ti fọ́ fáyé. Ọlọ́ládé máa ń gbọ́mọ lọ, kọ̀rọ̀kọ̀tọ̀ ìdí ṣọ́mọ lọ. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa lọ, no dey find anybody na money I want. No dey hear wetin people dey talk. Wọ́n ti gé àṣàkẹ́ létí lọ. This love and I wanna get another one. I go take and do wetin I love. Wetin you love, oh. No be wetin I love, oh. Wetin I love, I go do am with all my heart, oh. make it right now. You they give me love, I know go fi buy you. With a different realm, with a different time zone. The lady so much great, girl, I'm pleasure my own. Now only you they make my world go. Long as we get days, I'ma make it right now. And you see your baby go make it on while we levitate. Your body don't do me more good. If the right things they are good, they cut the long talk, girl, I'm coming your way. Rope it. The body don't catch me more good. Count on me, make you best me your way. Now you could they tell how they catch me. As Mr. DJ, they put for replay. Now you they give all the things I won't feel. Baby, make you take up my days. I know if you wait, cause it's happy no day. I know they less stress, with you man I'm blessed. I know go wait till money don't pay. I just they count, you go take a long way. And now they show you, they make me feel blessed. I get rotate, get low shake. She not for Ghana where you carry this waist. And if one pop, if you pop for ace. Thought me, no complaint. And my girl take up, man, don't complain. When the body pull up, you they cure my pain. And I know if it pass you like my Mary J now. Say for this matter, if you take all my day now. Your body don't do me more good. If the right things they are good, they cut the long talk, girl, I'm coming your way. Rope it. The body don't catch me more good. Count on me, make you best me your way. Now you could they tell how they catch me. I get rotate, get low shake. She not for Ghana where you carry this waist. And if one pop, if you pop for ace. Thought me, no complaint. And my girl take up, man, don't complain. When the body pull up, you they cure my pain. And I know if it pass you like my Mary J now. Say for this matter, if you take all my day now.
Stamina, you gon' need more stamina. Oh yeah, right, more me now. Make I know say you cover me now. So many things I could do to you. If only you give me the permission to show you the thing I carry.
Applaud you say for you. Make I no lie on do. Make I no lie on damn me cause I'm so into you. So many things I can do to you. If only you give me the permission to show you the thing I carry.
Now you take my breath away. I'm a one question show fair by me. Live to fight another day.
Live to fight another day. So many things I can do to you. If only you give me the permission to show you the thing I carry. sorrow. Ah, ah, it in my body. Ah, they feeling my sound, they call me Osadebe. Ah, if I tickle your fancy, go by me daily, daily. Ah, ah, ah. This no be tongue song, yeah, my do for street on my tongue song. Come to my section, nah, so we they drink, no be God done. Yeah. I will not lie to you, I get for your love, no jago say. Spend my money, baby, don't stop. Everything is for you, don't mention. Baby, I'm done with this street, can you see? I sing, oh God, hello. Can you decide if you coming with me? Talk to me, what's going on? Oh, baby, personally, I don't think I can do it for so long. And if you leave me, I'm moving on. Lama for a share sorrow. Lama for a share sorrow. Kusere, ja sorrow. Lama for a share sorrow. Omo ja sorrow. Ah, ah, it in my body. Ah, they feeling my sound, they call me Osadebe. Ah, if I tickle your fancy, go by me daily, daily. Ah, ah, ah. It in my body. Osadebe. Ah.
Oh, yeah. She got the prettiest face and the prettiest smile. Many watch when she they walk past. She forget curry, but she no get time. Wanna live fast as she they drop life. See, yeah, she don't wanna fall in love. Yeah, she don't wanna fall in love. Yeah, as long as I the money, love stand for cool. But if I'm honest, I don't think that you know what your word is. Give me chance, make I block to your socket. Why you come, they post me like a comment, man. I'ma give you my body, my soul, and my heart, and my conscience. I don't know who pushed me, but I'm falling. Give me chance to your heart, make a lock in. Ooh, do anything for my baby, oh, for my baby, oh. Me no go play you like radio, oh, like in my radio, oh. My baby, 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 yeah. Baby girl, I no go break your heart like banjo. It's simple as short like Shatta Bandu. I'm straight to the point, I know the circle. If not good, what you want, I fit to buy too. Susanna, make her the flower, your pattern. I go repay you like Spanish, JB, you like cassava. On the way to your father, cause I must pluck your flower, I go. If anybody won't pass it, corner, if I'm honest, I don't think that you know what your word is. Give me chance, make I block to your socket. Why you come, they post me like a comment, man. I'ma give you my body, my soul, and my heart, and my conscience. I don't know who pushed me, but I'm falling. Give me chance to your heart, make a log in. Ooh, do anything for my baby, oh, for my baby, oh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, distinguished personalities here present. I want to welcome you to this very important occasion. And may I crave your indulgence to please find your way to your seats so that we start immediately. May I crave your indulgence to please get yourself comfortable in your seat so that we can start immediately. So then we shall all rise to take the first stanza of the Nigerian national anthem as we start in this program. We shall all rise as we take the first stanza of the Nigerian national anthem. Shall we all rise as we take the first stanza of the Nigerian national anthem? Media, the Nigerian national anthem. And shall we all read? Proceed to take the University of Ibadan anthem. University of Ibadan. Medicine anthem. Thank you very much. You may please be seated. I have the pleasure on behalf of the organizers of this wonderful program, the Valedictory program and book launch of our distinguished teacher and neurologist, to welcome all of us to this wonderful program. It promises to be a very brisk one. We have a lot that we have listed here. And I'm just appealing right from the beginning now that we'll be constrained with time. So please, let's abide by all our time allocations so that we do not overspend our time here. So ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of us to this occasion. And the first thing I'll do today, while introducing guests, is to introduce you. And by you, I mean you, yes, you. If you've made it into this hall, you must have been invited. And it means that you must have been a VIP for you to get this invitation to be here. So why don't you just put your hands together for yourself for making it to this event. A round of applause for yourself. You are clapping for yourself now. A round of applause for yourself. Yes, I did that because I know that I have so many important people here today. And no matter what format I take, I'm going to be offending you if I don't remember to mention your name. But since I'm starting with you, I think it's forgivable if I then make some omissions. It's only human to err, like Prof said yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome to the high table. It's very high. You know, it's one of those halls that I go to, and when I say high table, I know it's high because you need some cardio-stable, you know, profile to be able to climb the podium. If you are not fit, you can't get to this height. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me to the high table. Our eminent personalities that will be filling these chairs, just a few of us, and we have selected them because of their role or their offices to be up here. Welcome with me this morning, the host of today's occasion, a lady with the energy, a lady and an administrator par excellence, the first female provost of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, the first and the best, Professor Olayinka Omigbodun. A round of applause for her as she takes to the high table. A round of applause for her as she makes her way to the high table. A round of applause for her. Don't let us get tired of clapping for her. Of course, two institutions have combined together to celebrate the celebrant of today. And so there's a co-host. And coincidentally, he happens to be a member of the department of the celebrant too. Welcome with me, the Chief Medical Director, University College Hospital, Ibadan, Professor J.C. Abiodun Otegbayo, ably represented by Dr. Abiodun Adeoye. A round of applause for him as he steps up to the high table. A round of applause for him. Of course, we have, in absentia, I'm sure he's on his way, the chairman of today's occasion, the man who presently holds sway as the premier university in Nigeria, and I dare say in sub-Saharan Africa. Welcome with me, Professor Kayode Adebowale, the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. I'm sure he will join us shortly. Also, to come to the high table is the Dean of Clinical Sciences. Dean of Clinical Sciences, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Professor T.O. Ogunniyi. A round of applause for him. I gather that he's also still on his way. And of course, permit me to welcome the head of the department, thank you, ma'am. The head of the Department of Internal Medicine, College of Medicine, UCH, Professor O.M. Ige. A round of applause for him as he comes up. A round of applause for him. Okay. Permit me also to welcome the Deputy Provost, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Professor Fatah Adeniyi. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. You are welcome, sir. You can come to the high table. Huh? The Provost wants to be beside you, or wants you to be beside her. A round of applause for him as he comes up. Okay, so, well, let me use this opportunity to then say that the people who have invited to this high table did not come alone. They have teams, you know. The CMD goes around with his DA, with his Director of Finance, with his Head of PR. The Provost goes around with the College Secretary and all the paraphernalia. So, with one big round of applause, can you just welcome all delegates from the College of Medicine and the University College Hospital Ibadan? A round of applause for them. And also, I see a lot of my teachers and teachers here present, professors, distinguished academics, and administrators. A round of applause for them as they have come here today. Now, to save our time, I'll be coming back some moments later to mention a few other names. But shall we all then rise now while we give a standing ovation with a loud clap as I welcome the celebrant of today to the very high table here, Professor Adesola Ogunniyi and his amiable wife as they take to the high table. A round of applause for them. A round of applause for them as they come to the high table. Please make your way to the high table, sir. Don't stop clapping until they are here. No, you use this side, sir. There's no...
Money, oh, every day. Don't go what you want to do? Oh, my shit. I can be the man of the year. You can be the man of the year too. Don't you want to do? Oh, my shit. I can be the man of the year.
Keep clapping for them, please. Keep clapping for them, please.
Dance too. If you dance, I'll go dance too. Olo mi mo nkaku. Ma le ro pe o jaju. Ani kagba ko debi dara. Ire dodo nílé àwa. Baby gbèsè di ká talk. Orin bá mi dá mọ́ràn. Orente, no be fight karate. Òṣùbà rere, kò sóhun tó lù wá ò lè ṣe. Ọmọdé ilé, jòrò mi àjòrò, money, oh, every day. Rantata, Dangote. Don't you want to do? Oh, my shit. I can be the man of the year. You can be the man of the year too. Don't you want to do? Oh, my shit. I can be the man of the year. You can be the man of the year too. Don't you want to do? Oh, my shit. I can be the man of the year. You can be the man of the year too.
A round of applause for them. It was deliberate that we didn't give them a danceable song. Because they will still be dancing by now. Prof has promised to dance for these 3 days. Ladies and gentlemen, shall I then call on Professor Omokodion as he gives us a very short opening prayer. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him.
Good morning. May I request we kindly rise to our feet? Our gracious God Almighty, the all-loving, merciful, and gracious King of Kings, we are here, Lord, this morning, rejoicing and celebrating your son, Adesola Ogunniyi, whom you have, over the last 70 years, preserved, used, and glorified your name with. Father, we give you thanks for his life in the name of Jesus. And Lord, as we make merriment here today in celebrating him, Lord, we acknowledge that it has all come from you, and we return all the glory to you. And we invite your presence here, therefore, your governing presence, to direct all the affairs of today. And grant us all that your joy will continue to remain in and with us, and that this celebration will not cease in our tents. Be honored again and glorified, we ask of you, Lord, as we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. You may please be seated. Okay, so permit me, please, to recognize in our presence, even though I will try and, as much as possible, to limit individual introductions. But I once went for a job like this where I had to be the anchor, and the deputy governor of your state was there. And after speaking all the English as I know to speak it, he took the microphone and asked me if I was a Yoruba man. And that's why I will be at an Oyo State event, and the governor and deputy governor represented, and I will not speak a word of Yoruba. Ladies and gentlemen, as a true Yoruba boy, I have to respect our royal father in the house this morning. And I want you all to welcome with me His Royal Majesty, Professor Akinola Owosekun, the Asotun of Isotun Ijesha land. Kábíyèsí o, you are welcome into our midst. Adé apẹ́ lórí, bàtà apẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ o, ẹṣin ọba jẹ́ kó pẹ́ o. I hope I got it right. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome to the microphone to welcome all of us officially to this program. The head of Department of Internal Medicine, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Professor O.M. Ige, as he gives us his welcome address. A round of applause for him.
The chairman of this occasion, Professor Kayode Adebowale, also the Vice Chancellor of University of Ibadan, the Provost, College of Medicine, Professor Olayinka Omigbodun, the Provost, College of Medicine, Professor Olayinka Omigbodun, the Deputy Provost, Professor Ade Fatai Adeniyi, the Chief Medical, the CMD, ably represented by CMAC, Dr. Abiodun Adeoye, and the guest speaker of this occasion, Professor Richard Walker from Newcastle. You are welcome. I welcome everyone to the celebration of the retirement of Professor Adesola Ogunniyi. Sir, it is amazing how time flies. You started your career, and before you know it, you are retiring.
The Department of Medicine has been affected by the current retirement exercise starting from last year, as 6 professors have retired from our department till date. I would like to congratulate Professor Ogunniyi on his historic occasion of your retirement, your 70th birthday, and your merited retirement from the service of our great university. It is with profound admiration and gratitude that we at the Department of Medicine extended our heartfelt tribute to the distinguished academic, teacher, mentor, and remarkable leader. Professor Ogunniyi had Bachelor of Medicine, a Bachelor of Science from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife in 1974-5, a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery from the same university in 1978, and did his housemanship in University College Hospital, Ibadan, between 1979 to 1980. Then went to General Hospital, Seminaka, Kaduna, between 1979 to June 1980 for his National Youth Service Corps. Did his residency in internal medicine and neurology, University College Hospital, Ibadan, between 1980 and 1986. Consultant physician, neurologist, University College Hospital, Ibadan, between 1987 to date. Also, head of Department of Medicine, 2 tenures, August 2000 till July 2003, and the second one, 2006 to February 2009. He joined the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, as lecturer 1 in 1987 and became a professor in 1997 from the position of a senior lecturer. He was appointed honorary consultant to the University College Hospital, Ibadan. At the same time, he became a lecturer. We will hear more of his involvement to both institutions, University College Hospital, Ibadan and UCH, and his excellent mentorship skills during the program. During your tenure as the head of Department of Medicine, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, the department paved the way for remarkable achievement. Your exceptional mentoring and abilities have been a guiding light for numerous students and junior faculty members. Your expertise and unwavering support have not only propelled their growth as researchers and scholars, but also have left an enduring impact on their careers. Your remarkable success in securing grants for various projects has significantly advanced the Department of Medicine capability. Your efforts in this domain have enabled groundbreaking translational research initiatives and have propelled the Department of Medicine to the forefront of medical research and innovation. Equally noteworthy is your commitment to helping other members of staff achieve their career goals. Truly remarkable is your continued contribution to the department, even after you have left as the head of the department. This is the reason why you are referred to as one of the owners of the department. We have been lucky to have Professor Ogunniyi in the department to give advice on difficult and thorny issues. As a department, we miss Professor Ogunniyi, but we are also extremely grateful to Almighty God for keeping you active, healthy, and prosperous. Professor Ogunniyi, sir, the Department of Medicine wishes you a lifetime filled with joy, good health, and fulfillment of all your dreams. Your legacy at the Department of Medicine is one of the exceptional leadership, support, and unwavering dedication, which will continue to inspire us for generations to come. Professor Ogunniyi, sir, the Department of Medicine wishes you a happy 70th birthday and healthy retirement period. Please be rest assured, however, that the department will continue to call on you for your advice and support as needed. We are also grateful. We also congratulate and thank Dr. Jayeola Thomas, a professor of anatomic pathology, for her support and understanding over the years. We wish both of you happy, prosperous years ahead in good health and in Jesus' name. Amen.
A big round of applause for him. Ladies and gentlemen, while we await the arrival of the chairman, the vice chancellor, permit me to welcome to the podium Professor Mayowa Owolabi as he reads the profile of the celebrant of the day. A round of applause for him as he steps forward. A round of applause for him.
The Vice Chancellor in absentia, the Provost, the Deputy Provost, dignitaries, eminent leaders and elders in the audience, former CMD, former Vice Chancellor, former Honorable Minister, elders, teachers, and of course, the chief celebrant of today, and his family. I think this is perhaps the only opportunity that I have to respectfully ask my teacher, my mentor, to stand up. While I read his citation. Of course, this is an abridged citation from a CV that is over 100 pages of someone who has trained more than 100 professionals across the globe. Professor Adesola Ogunniyi is a distinguished lecturer. He's a lecturer of lecturers. But he's more than a lecturer. He's a teacher. He's a teacher of teachers. But he's more than just a teacher. He's a mentor. He's a mentor of mentors. But he's more than a mentor. He's actually a father. And as such, he cannot retire. We still have a lot to learn from him in terms of leadership skills, people building skills, institution building skills, and personal sacrifice. Professor Adesola Ogunniyi, MBCHB, I deliberately omitted the Ife. Because UI remains the first and the best. And we have adopted him from Ife, and he has been here and will remain. MD, FWACP, FMCP, FRCP, Edinburgh, FRCP, London, FAS, FAMEDS, FNA Med. On the 9th of December 1953, a gift of God to this generation was delivered in Lagos, the capital city of the Center of Excellence State. This bundle of joy was received into the family of Pa Dikin Samuel Oyedele Ogunniyi, a chief executive officer in the federal ministry, a native of Awe, from Ile-Olode, the family of hunters, and Mrs. Margaret Oyedoyin Ogunniyi ni Ogunrinka, a teacher from the Ile Balogun, the ruling clan in Awe. So you can actually understand the reason for the Ade in Adesola. And he actually has a couple of other names which are silent. Late Pa Ogunniyi's life's philosophy was full discipline, integrity, and service. And you can see how these virtues adorned the life of Professor Ogunniyi. Professor Adesola Ogunniyi is an erudite scholar, a teacher of teachers, a compassionate clinician, a brilliant researcher, a great mentor, an eminent professor of medicine at the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, an honorary consultant neurologist at the University College Hospital, Ibadan. He holds the fellowships of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria in internal medicine, that was 1985, West African College of Physicians, 1991, Royal Colleges of Physicians of Edinburgh, 2004, and London, 2007. He was awarded the Doctor of Medicine degree in 2020 by the National Postgraduate Medical College. He received his education at the Olowogbowo Methodist School in Lagos, Fiditi Grammar School, Fiditi, and Igbobi College, Yaba, Lagos. That was from January to August 1971, before proceeding to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, for undergraduate medical education from September 1971 to June 1978. Thereafter, he did his residency in internal medicine neurology at the University College Hospital. He completed neuroepidemiology fellowship at the National Institute of Health in Bethesda, USA. That was 1986 to 1987. Professor Ogunniyi was appointed lecturer in physiology, combining that with a joint appointment in medicine in 1987. He transferred fully to the Department of Medicine in 1988 and rose through the ranks. And then I was just leaving secondary school. And rose through the ranks to the grade of Professor of Medicine in October 1997. He served as the head Department of Medicine twice, 2000 to 2003 and 2006 to 2009. He was the representative of the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, on the board of the management of UCH from 2005 to 2007. His service roles included being chairman of the College of Medicine Curriculum Committee, 1998 to 2003, member of the University of Ibadan Senate Curriculum Committee, chairman College of Medicine Scholarships Committee, director, Institute for Advanced Medical Research and Training, 2011 to 2014, pioneer director of the Medical Education Unit, College of Medicine, 2013 to 2014. He was the foundation chair of the Sparkling Committee of the Faculty of Clinical Sciences for Strategic Partnerships, adjunct positions to research, innovation, and grantsmanship and research mentorship. He also served as the chairman of the Faculty of Internal Medicine of the National Postgraduate Medical College from 2012 to 2015. Professor Ogunniyi was the pioneer chairman of the College Research and Innovation Management Unit from 2014 to 2021. He worked assiduously to facilitate the setting up of an endurable organizational structure for CRIM. It was a stabilizing factor and was a rallying point for both young and old. He provided an enabling environment and platforms that enabled young, upwardly mobile individuals to grow. He encouraged a culture of transparency, prudence, and accountability. He supported CRIM financially by providing his own personal funds as contribution to the annual eye research. And this is not the only occasion in which he uses his own personal funds to build the institution and to build people. It is on record that he did not receive any allowance for his excellent work at CRIM. He ensured money was saved in abundance for future development of CRIM. His international appointments included being a member of the Lancet Commission on Dementia, the Lancet Commission on Stroke, regional advisor to the Royal College of Physicians, Edinburgh, since 2005, and Emeritus Regional Advisor since January 2023. Global Council on Brain Health, the World Dementia Council. At various times, he served as temporary advisor to the World Health Organization during the preparatory phase of global dementia research initiatives. He was appointed to the WHO Working Group on Neurocognitive Disorders for the revision of ICD-10 mental and behavioral disorders in April 2011. Professor Ogunniyi distinguished himself as a researcher in the epidemiology of degenerative diseases of the nervous system, with a lot of pioneering role on the African continent. He was the recipient of the 1991 Bruce S. Schoenberg Award of the American Academy of Neurology, and one of his mentees also got that same award. The Mellon Award of the University of Cape Town in 2009, to mentor postgraduate students in neurosciences. He has trained and mentored many neurologists as well as early career researchers across many disciplines and in many universities in and outside Nigeria. He was awarded the Igbobi College Old Boys Association's Ikoba Merit Award for Academic Excellence in February 2023 and was honored as Age Gap Fellow of the Center of Aging and Health, HCAP, at the University of Gothenburg, Sweden in March 2023. He has led many funded initiatives on dementia, medical education, capacity building, neurology. This included the popular Indianapolis Ibadan dementia research, which went on for 25 years. The identification and intervention for dementia in elderly Africans, that's the IDEA project. MEPI linked the award for manpower development on improving neurologic outcome measurement and interventional research, multidisciplinary neuro AIDS research training to improve HIV outcomes in Nigeria. University of Ibadan, MEPI for junior faculty, risk factors for future cognitive decline and Alzheimer's disease in older African Americans. He was pioneer president, Nigerian Federation for Neurorehabilitation, and midwife the establishment of the African Stroke Organization and African Dementia Consortium. He has received numerous invitations as speaker at many local and international scientific meetings and had delivered some named lectures. He has over 320 publications in peer-reviewed journals and the book chapters, and serves as a reviewer of several articles across many journals. He is the editor and a member of the Council of the Academy of Medicine Specialties of Nigeria, an associate editor of the European Journal of Neurology. He previously served as the editor-in-chief of the African Journal of Medicine and Medical Sciences, as well as the Journal of Clinical and Applied Neurosciences. His honorific titles include Fellowship of the Nigerian Academy of Science in 2019, Nigerian Academy of Medicine in 2011, and the Academy of Medical Specialties of Nigeria in 2021. Professor Adesola Ogunniyi played critical leadership roles in the postgraduate colleges and numerous professional organizations. He was the foundation president of the Nigerian Federation for Neurorehabilitation and was president of the Nigerian Society of Neurological Sciences. Professor Adesola Ogunniyi has mentored dozens, over 100 professionals across different fields, and university lecturers, including my humble self, the immediate president of the Faculty of Clinical Sciences, and Professor Rufus Akinyemi, the Deputy Director of the Center for Genomic and Precision Medicine, among numerous others, who also got the Bruce Schomburg Award. Adesola Ogunniyi is a socialite, and his hobbies include traveling, listening to jazz music, and reading. He's married to Professor Jayola Thomas, a professor of anatomic pathology, and the marriage is blessed with 2 children, Adedamola, an emergency medicine physician, and Adebola, who holds a doctorate in chemical engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Professor Adesola Ogunniyi.
Thank you very much, sir. Sorry for keeping you up for that long, sir. How many other medical students feel like that was like a neurology lecture? So Prof is getting the pill that he served us for so long. And when they start neurology lecture, just prepare to sleep and wake up. And so I was on one side pitying him for standing for so long. On the other hand, say, okay, so Prof can see what we were going through all along. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof is a very strategic person, and while we were at the black tie dinner yesterday, so many people were talking about his association with the old and the young, and how he's neither old school or new school. Now, what I didn't talk about yesterday is that Prof also chooses his friends, and he chose one that is going to be speaking to us today, and I'll tell you why. Welcome with me to the high table, our guest lecturer for today. His name, as he comes to the high table, is Professor Richard Walker, a consultant physician, an honorary professor of aging and international health, not inside General Hospital and Institute of Health Society, Newcastle University. A round of applause for him as he comes up. A round of applause for him as he takes his seat there. Clap now. Okay, so coincidentally, as people grow old, they know God better because they see where they are going to. As Prof saw that he was getting old, he chose a professor of aging to be his closest friend and we'll be talking today. So that's why you see Professor Richard Walker coming here today. Prof wants to secure post 70. And I'm sure we'll be getting some from his wealth of experience today. Another round of applause for Professor Walker. You're welcome. And I saw him digging it out yesterday to all the vibes at the dinner. Don't worry, you have more to dance to. And, well, you are not new to Nigerian jollof now, so maybe we'll give you more of a father this time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the microphone with me this morning to give his remarks. He's not a man that comes late, but when he told me he was driving in from Ado-Ekiti this morning, I was like, wow. He's the Dean of Faculty of Clinical Sciences, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, Professor Adesola Ogunniyi. A round of applause for him as he gives his remarks this morning. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, in absentia, the Provost of the College of Medicine, the Deputy Provost, the CMAC representing the CMD, our Head of Department of Medicine, our distinguished lecturer, and our celebrant of today, and Professor Mrs., our distinguished teachers, senior colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First, I need to apologize for coming late. It's not in my nature, I'm a surgeon, so I keep to time, but I had to travel down from Ado-Ekiti this morning to make this meeting. On behalf of the Faculty of Clinical Sciences, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, it's indeed a great honor for me to welcome you all to this august celebration of our distinguished Professor Adesola Ogunniyi. Thank you all for setting today aside to felicitate with us on the 70th birthday of this colossus, a giant among his peers and a champion of champions. Professor Ogunniyi stands tall and is head and shoulder higher as a man of honor, a man of worth, a great author, a compassionate mentor, an embodiment of knowledge, an academic icon, a man of candor, and one imbued with profound humility and pleasantness. To the Almighty God, I say thank you for your grace, mercy, and favor, endowments and endowments on Professor Ogunniyi, and for enabling him to witness this day. To Professor Ogunniyi's family, nuclear and extended, I rejoice with you. And I say first, isn't it a great honor that you are the vehicle that brought this man to this world? Second, I say, thank you for loaning him to us at the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, for the past 50 or so years. Your son, your uncle, your sibling, your cousin, your husband, your father has served his stewardship creditably well, and we are sincerely grateful. To our dear Professor Ogunniyi, I say, congratulations on your birthday. May you have many happy and blessed returns of the day, and may your retirement be peaceful and glorious, with more grace and glory than hitherto. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. Also, welcome with me for his own short remarks, the Chief Medical Director, University College Hospital, Ibadan, ably represented this morning by the CMAC, Dr. O.M. Adeoye. A round of applause for him.
The chairman of this occasion, the Vice Chancellor, in absentia, the Provost, the Deputy Provost, Dean of Faculty of Clinical Sciences, other deans here present, my head of department, Professor Olusodige, and all the other heads of departments here present. The celebrant of today, my own father, my mentor, Professor Adesola Ogunniyi, and the wife. The past CMDs, past VCs, my great teachers, mentors here present, elders, teachers, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here to represent the Chief Medical Director, Professor Jesse Abiodun Otegbayo, who is currently defending the budget of our institution at the National Assembly in Abuja. And I'll read his speech. Today marks a memorable moment in our academic space as we come together to bid farewell to a luminary in medicine, specifically in neurology specialty. Professor Adesola Ogunniyi had been a cornerstone of our institution, an intellectual force, a compassionate teacher of teachers, and a mentor of mentors, whose impact transcends the walls of University College Hospital Ibadan and the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. Reflecting on Professor Ogunniyi's illustrious career, one cannot help but marvel at the breadth and depth of his contributions. For many years, he has been the guiding force behind countless research and publications in the ever-evolving landscape of neurology. His research, spanning from the intricacies of the relationship between the stroke risks and vascular dementia neural pathway, had expanded our understanding of humans and paved the way for transformative advancement in patient care. Professor Ogunniyi, as a mentor, has sculpted the minds of many generations of medical professionals, including me and my boss. His lectures were more than just teachings. They were inspirational, unraveling the mystery of neurology with clarity and passion. Many of us can trace the roots of our successes back to the seed of knowledge planted by you, sir, Professor Ogunniyi. Yet his impact extends far beyond the lecture halls and research laboratory. As a practicing neurologist, Professor Ogunniyi has been a beacon of hope for countless patients grappling with neurological disorders. His empathic approach and unwavering commitment to individualized care have left an indelible mark on the lives he touched. Let me state here, Prof, as busy as he is, he will still run his clinic. He will see his patient. He will do his ward run. He will teach students. He will teach residents. He is like that. We want to be like you when we grow up. Thank you for what you are. Beyond stethoscopes and academic regalia, Professor Ogunniyi is a colleague, a father, and a friend. His presence in our professional community has been a source of wisdom and encouragement. His doors was always open, not just for academic queries, but sharing stories, the laughter of shared experiences, and the collective pursuit of noble mission, the betterment of humanity through the lenses of neurology. As we bid farewell to Professor Adesola Ogunniyi, let us celebrate the enduring legacy he leaves behind. The torch he passes on is not one of retirement, but continued inspiration to all of us to strive for excellence, compassion, and relentless pursuit of knowledge. I'm able to stay, sir. We will not disappoint you. We will do well. Sir, your retirement is not the closing chapter, but the commencement of a new chapter. May this next chapter be filled with joy of well-deserved rest, the excitement of new endeavors, and the fulfillment that comes from a career exceptionally well lived. Sir, even if you japa, we will bring you back to Nigeria, sir. Professor Adesola Ogunniyi is a paragon of neurology, a mentor with our peers, a friend to all who knew him. May your days ahead be an enriching and inspiring as the legacy that you leave behind. Sir, let me say this. I did not have the opportunity to give tribute yesterday. You launched me into the world of science. I can remember that I followed you to Ghana, and that was the first time I will ever enter a plane in my life. As ARD president, I tried to say maybe I will have opportunity to enter a plane, but I was blocked. So, sir, you made it. And the experience inside, when the hostesses, they were teaching us how to use the vest and all that, Prof just happened. He knew that I was afraid. He just said, don't worry, you will not need it. We landed well in Ghana, and when we were coming back, they said there was traffic, and the plane, instead of landing on time, it was still roving. I said, what is wrong with this pilot? Please calm down. And we landed well. And that night, because there was a delay, we slept in your house in Lagos. Our daddy here, a mentor, a teacher of teachers, took care of everything, the expenses, made us comfortable, even paid for us to come from Lagos to Ibadan. We love you. You will live long and you will live well. Anytime we hear about you, it will only be good news. Thank you for listening. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, our distinguished CMAC. And since you have added your tribute, you pay fine for spending more than the time allocated. I know I stand the risk of my salary being delayed, but I'll still take the fine all the same. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me to the microphone. Okay, I was going to say she's the only lady on the high side here, but since I have a lady on my side, I'm protected. A lady on the right and a lady to the left. Welcome with me the Provost of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, as she gives her remarks this morning. A round of applause for her.
The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament displays his power and his goodness in the life of Professor Adesola Ogunniyi and his beloved wife, Professor Jaye Thomas. Thank you so much for this privilege. I must mention that I just got a message. I believe the Vice Chancellor had been trying to reach me, but my phone had been giving trouble. But I just got a message. He's asked me to represent him. And all the Vice Chancellor and all the Deputy Vice Chancellors are on the way to Oka Okoko for the funeral of the mother of the registrar. So that's why he extends his deep first appreciation to our distinguished honoree of today, and also his apologies. So the Deputy Provost of the first and the best, Professor Adefatai Adeniyi, the Chief Medical Director, Professor Jesse Otegbayo, and represented very ably by the CMAC, Dr. Abiodun Adeoye. I also must acknowledge here with us, we have several past provosts who are seated here. I must acknowledge, all our past provosts are here. And sorry if I miss you out. Oh, I can see, yes, Professor Tayo Shokumbi, sir. I believe you are the most senior provost seated here in terms of service. You're not smiling at me. Yes, sir. And then Professor, well, also a past Vice Chancellor, Professor Isaac Adewale, God bless you, acknowledge you. it's very important I must acknowledge my seniors so that I can stand very well, even though I want to lean on existing protocol. I also acknowledge Professor Akinyinka Omigbodu, my senior advisor. Thank you for being here. And Professor Segun Akinyinka, I saw him. I don't know where he is, but he was here before. Yes. And I believe it doesn't, where's, in the crowd. Okay, this is the place where the past provosts are sitting, please. Please, let's usher him to that place. And I believe, I'm very much sure that after acknowledging Professor Akinyinka, I believe Professor Salako will be online. Those who are not here must... you're hiding behind this. Okay, yes. Thank you so much for coming all the way. I know that everybody is here. And Professor Olaopa, the 11th Provost, are you here too? Oh, wow. So the house is complete. And I believe that Emeritus Professor Oluwole Akonde will be online, and Professor Jengbede, I believe so, because you are priceless. Your contributions are unquantifiable to our institutions. So we've all gathered here to really honor you. Thank you so much. And then the chief medical directors, and I must acknowledge the former chief medical directors. And I will start off by acknowledging the person that gave me house job. Although, sir, I was on the merit list. Professor Jide Ajayi, Daddy. God bless you, sir. And I believe there would be Professor Abiodun Ilesomi. Is he here? Oh, yes. God bless you. And Professor Temitope Alonge. God bless you, sir. God bless you, sir. So the house also, yes, is complete. You have great representation from both institutions, all here to honor a great man, a mentor of mentors, a teacher of teachers. We also have the executive committee of the College of Medicine, and I believe the management of UCH. And I must acknowledge all our deans, and so members of management, first of all, the secretary to the college, the financial controller. I saw him when I came in here, Mr. Samson Ayoshino. That's the immediate past bossa of Are you representing OAU at this meeting? Thank you. And of course, we have the Dean of the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Oyeronke Oduola. God bless you. The Dean of the Faculty of Clinical Sciences, who just gave an excellent talk, rushing in from Ado Ekiti for this very, very important meeting. Thank you, Professor Temita Dayo Ogunniyi. The Dean of the Faculty of Public Health, Professor Anna. Yes, he's here in the house. The Dean of the Faculty of Dentistry, Professor Kolude. I'm sure he's on his way. And of course, the Dean of the newest faculty, Faculty of Basic Clinical Sciences, Professor Feintola. I saw you as I came in. Yes, so we have the full complement of the Executive Committee of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. With all sense of respect, one of the things I had mentioned, sir, and I complained, was that this program should actually be in Paul Hendricksy. But we are forgiven. We have a brand newly refurbished Paul Hendricksy Lecture Theatre. So, but I know that we're going to have many, many more events celebrating you at that place. I must also acknowledge all my teachers who are here. All my teachers seated on the front row, the back row. It's because of you that our institutions stand. It is because of you that we can continue, even though things are so difficult. You have laid an outstanding foundation for us. We celebrate our teachers. We really, really celebrate our teachers. I must acknowledge the head of Department of Medicine. Thank you so much, Professor Ige, and all the members of the Department of Medicine. We appreciate medicine is one of our leading departments. You're all wearing a shoibi, so can you just so that we can see feel your presence here. Members of the Department of Medicine, come on in your shoibi, yes. Yes, yes. I had another complaint when I arrived, and that was that I did not receive the Ashwebi from the Department of Medicine. But I'm sure you are going to send it. But there are so many of them here to celebrate you. And of course, Kabiesi, acknowledge you. Kabiesi here with Olori, my Saro, Saro mommy. We acknowledge you. Thank you so much. And I would want to, single out some of our recent members of the Living Legends who I have seen here. There are many of them who are here. The Professor Oyeguro J, FFAS, we thank you for being here. Professor Shokumbi, ICOMA, former ICOMA president and the first female president of ICOMA. She's representing ICOMA worldwide here. So every one of you, you're special, and we really, really appreciate you. Yes, I also saw another living legend, Professor Adekunle and his wife. Thank you so much. And Professor Falusi and Professor Shunusi, they're all our living legends. I don't know if that is Professor Bayowu behind. Yes, if he's here. But everyone is around, and we're so grateful. I must say that this morning, I received a very special message from one of my classmates, and that is Dr. Ime Ibokwe. He's a distinguished neurologist, and he was celebrating our honoree of today. And I'm going to just read his very short message. That's from Dr. Ime Ibokwe. You mentored him, and he said, a perfect gentleman with a calm demeanor, not given to ostentatious displays, highly cerebral. I salute him on his well-deserved retirement. Yes. And as I reflected on those words, I could only agree with them. A calm demeanor, not given to ostentatious displays, highly cerebral. I salute him on his well-deserved retirement. Emeritus Professor Akonde also sent out a message saying hearty congratulations on this auspicious occasion of your 70th birthday and on your retirement from the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, after several years of dedicated, meritorious, and distinguished service. When we look around, sir, you have served in virtually every area of the college and the University College Hospital, whether in your department, whether in the CREAM. Just about 2 years ago, on the 3rd of August, 2021, we had a very big celebration in the College of Medicine because we were celebrating the pioneer chairman of the College Research and Innovation Management Board. And the title of that celebration was Outgoing CREAM Leadership, Reports on Stewardship Amidst Loud Ovation and Celebration. The dean and the head of department had mentioned it, and also in the reading of his citation, that he had used a lot of resources to run and pioneer, working with other members of the college, what I would describe as the first and the greatest research unit in Nigeria. Yes, building it up from scratch. The idea came during the administration of Professor Salako, but then there were people who were around, ready to build up. And that research unit is still going from strength to strength. And we're looking now on how we can expand it and even have other aspects that we would do to enhance the institutions. I must also mention that outside the university and the UCH, Professor Ogunniyi taught for many years as the West African College of Physicians courses. We have regular courses. And he would teach neurology. And I must say that I was privileged to be the coordinator for the Department of Faculty of Psychiatry. And every single time he got the best, because we always do an evaluation, he was always ranked as the best lecturer throughout, always getting that ranking. Whether it was, clinical sessions or didactic sessions. And I remember we were always so pleased and privileged to have him. I must also mention that quietly, he mentored many other people outside the country. And one of them was Dr. Kwabena Kosi-Mensah. I remember when he came on the Center for Child and Adolescent Mental Health Masters Program from Ghana. And he wanted to learn neurology. And I must say that UCH was not really aware of this. But Dr. Ogunniyi has mentored people from all over Africa in the field of neurology. And I walked over to your office and you said, no problem. And that was how you took him on and began to mentor him. Yes. And he went on and and not only that, you signed him off for the neurology posting. And because of that singular act, Ghana had not produced a psychiatrist in about 30 years under the West African program, that is at the fellowship level. That singular act was able to break the jinx, and Dr. Kwabena Kosi-Mensah became a fully trained psychiatrist from Ghana, opening the door for other psychiatrists to train. Your impact has been unparalleled. So on that note, we want to say that we're looking to ways on how we can partner with you. Not only you, but also with your wife. At this point in time, you're laughing, sir. Nigeria is facing a serious crisis. It's a very serious crisis. Okay. And we really need to address that crisis. Really need to address that crisis. And that is the loss of our best of the best. I was having a meeting with an alumnus in my office just 2 days ago, Dr. Rotimi Adejumo. He left this country because he was not given a job. But now we are trying to see how he can become an adjunct faculty. And I have encouraged him, and that's what we're doing in our administration. And I believe that medicine is going to take the initiative to immediately ensure that they keep you within the system. Because wherever you are in the world, you can still teach. There's Zoom, and if you are visiting, you can give a few clinical sessions. We have a typical example in the Center for Child and Adolescent Mental Health, where we have been able to have lecturers from all over the world give lectures and train. So I want to request, sir, that this is just a transition, but you are not exiting. That we want you to remain in the system as an adjunct professor, and that those excellent lectures you can continue to give. We really want that. And I believe other things will be put in place to ensure that you also move higher in the university, in whatever role that your department will put you up for. I'm also using this appeal to Professor Jaye Thomas, that departments of pathology and pathology is one of the most deprived departments in terms of, they've had several losses, and I'm sure you're aware of them. So I don't know if the head of department is here, But I'm requesting, Ma, that if there's any way in which you can maybe come on as an adjunct professor, I, in my administration, will reach out to you. Because I have never forgotten those excellent lectures you gave me as a medical student. Yes. And we need you in our system. And I believe that's one of the ways in which we're going to have alumni and other people give back to the system, that we're going to keep them on as adjuncts. And so, on that note, I'm challenging every single department, that we have our living legends. Many of them are there. They have lots and lots of ideas. They are still very current. Let us look for ways for keeping them in the system. In universities like Harvard, professors don't retire. They keep going as long as they are productive. I think we need to reach out and harvest this great resource of excellent and outstanding people, particularly Professor Ogunniyi. And on that note, I want to invite the members of ESCO of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. I want us all to gather very quickly. It won't take us time. We want to do a little presentation, because this is the only opportunity I have to speak. Members of ESCO, please can we come up very, very quickly? We're going to honor one of our own who is just moving to, become an adjunct professor and a living legend. Thank you so much. Okay. All members of ESCO, please. Oh, the medical librarian is here. Sorry, I didn't see you. Our medical librarian is also here, Dr. Grace Ajunwo, and Deputy University Librarian. Can I also crave the indulgence and invite our all our past provosts, please? This is going to be a historical photo, because I don't know when we're going to gather again together. Former provosts, please come on stage. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So let's clap for our former provosts. Oh, I must acknowledge our acting, when Professor Akinyinka went to Kuru, Professor Ogunsende took over as acting provost for that period. So thank you very much, Ma. We recognize you. I didn't see you, Secretary. He will stand in center with his wife. Can I invite our honoree to please come and stand in the center with his wife, please? You are both adjunct professors in the College of Medicine. Ma, I need a nod from you that it's true. Thank you very much, sirs. So our honoree. Let our honoree and his wife be in the middle, and then we flank them. The deputy provost will be on one side. I will be on this side. Thank you.
Which place will I be?
Okay. Secretary to the college. Secretary to the college. Okay. So we have our living legend, group, and we're about to refurbish a room in the ground floor of the College of Medicine for our living legends. Thanks to Professor Falusi for those excellent ideas, that we need a place where our living legends can come in. We'll provide secretarial services, tea and coffee, and they can continue to supervise their students, continue to move for ward rounds and come back. So we hope to have that room. And I will now invite the two, Professor Shokunbi and Professor Adewale, to come, and you are the next in line for living legendship. So you are going to, okay, both of you. You are going to apply the sash on him. Yes. So, welcome to the Living Legend Club. We appreciate you. Thank you. And we say here, hearty congratulations, Professor Adesola Ogunniyi, FAS. There are numerous of that. On your 70th birthday and formal retirement, transition to becoming an adjunct professor in the neurology unit in the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, along with your wife, who is going to be an adjunct professor in the Department of Pathology. Yes, we are profoundly grateful to you and wish you abundant happiness in this new season of your life. On behalf of the entire College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, thank you so much. And I'm also going to ask the third in line provost to come, and past provost, to give you this. This is a souvenir. It's a laptop bag, but it has the logo, and it's customized. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. So maybe you can just hold it, and we have a nice group photograph. Thank you so much. This is a historic photograph with all our past provosts. Let me give all of them a nice handshake before they leave. Okay, past provost, thank you so much.
Are you going to recognize Professor, those young old men at the front?
Okay, no.
I think by next year, the laptop
Oh, yes. Professor Adewale says that next time we're giving that bag, we should put a laptop within it. I must recognize also a world-class neurologist, Professor Bademosi. God bless you, sir. As your days, so shall your strength be. And Professor Adeoja, my teacher, I recognize you, sir. And we also have past deputy provosts. We have here Professor Shunusi. Thank you so, so much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, ma. Ma, I think as adjunct professor, you should have a laptop now. Not the next time. Of course, we are also informed by Emeritus Professor B.O. Onodeko, who is also a living legend, is with us online, and his wife is actually physically present here, Professor Modupe Onodeko. A round of applause for them. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is fast spent, and we'll just quickly go to our guest lecture. But before we do the guest lecture, welcome with me Professor Rufus Akiemi as he takes the citation of our guest lecturer. A round of applause for him as he steps forward. So, Madam Provost, let it be your tenure that lecturers now have laptops given by the institution. And we start with our adjunct professors. So we can, since they are defending budget in Abuja, we can put the laptops there now. A round of applause for Professor Akinyemi as he gives the citation of the speaker.
The chairman of this very important event, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, Professor Adebowale, will be represented by our dear Provost, the first female Provost of the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. I'd like to stand on existing protocol, but not without acknowledging my teacher, my mentor, my academic father, and his dear wife, Professor and Professor Mrs. Adesola Ogunniyi. May I ask Professor Richard Walker to please stand while I read your citation. Professor Richard William Walker, MBBS, Newcastle, MRCP, UK, DTM, Diploma in Tropical Medicine and Hygiene, Liverpool, Fellow, Royal College of Physicians, London, Fellow, Royal College of Physicians of Edinburgh, Certificate in Medical Education, Newcastle, and MD, Newcastle. Professor Richard William Walker was born over 6 decades ago in the northeast of England. He had his post-primary education between 1972 and 1977, finishing with distinctions in mathematics and chemistry. Then attended medical school in Newcastle University, graduating in 1982, and went on to obtain his membership of the Royal College of Physicians of UK, MRCP UK, in 1985. After that, because of his love for tropical medicine, he obtained the DTM certificate from the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine and went on to undertake his residency training in internal medicine and geriatrics. And because of his training, he worked at the Royal Victoria Hospital in Banjul, Gambia, and also worked as a research fellow attached to the Adult Morbidity and Mortality Project, Moshi Kilimanjaro in Tanzania. He was appointed consultant physician with interest in the health of the elderly at the North Tanzania General Hospital, Newcastle upon Tyne, in June 1985, and appointed honorary clinical senior lecturer, Newcastle University in October 2002, and promoted honorary professor of aging and international health in 2009. His research interests are neurodegenerative diseases, both in the UK and Sub-Saharan Africa. His partnership with our celebrant of today is a continuation of the age-long Newcastle-Ibadan Neuroscience Partnership, which actually commenced in the days of our late revered Professor Beyo Oshutokun, who had studied in Newcastle in the late 60s under the distinguished neurologist, Lord Walton of Deshan. I must say that I was privileged 50 years after to also be awarded a PhD from Newcastle University. Professor Richard Walker's research in Africa have recorded many firsts. After the first ever stroke incident study undertaken by the late stroke in 1973 in Ibadan, the other most reliable and highly cited stroke incident study in Africa was undertaken by Professor Walker and his team in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. Beyond that, he has also undertaken several high-profile researches on Parkinson's disease, frailty, hypertension, atrial fibrillation, and many of these involving designing new research tools and protocols. Therefore, his excellent work
both in Africa and the UK, have attracted several distinguished awards, including the Dr. Rana International Practices Community Service Award for contributions in the field of Parkinson's disease. In 2021, when we had our inaugural African Stroke Organization Conference, he also obtained the inaugural Oshutokun Award of Excellence for his work on stroke in Africa. Professor Richard Walker has successfully supervised over 20 higher degrees, MDs and PhDs, and over 70 master students. And many of these students actually did their research in Tanzania. They moved from Newcastle, come to Africa to do their research. He has published over 290 papers in top-tier peer-reviewed journals. And he's a chief investigator, co-investigator on several research projects. When Professor Richard Walker came into Ibadan yesterday, he walked into a community advisory board meeting of our current research, looking at dementia on the continent, the current largest study of dementia on the continent. And as he walked into that room, the leader of that community advisory board meeting gave him a new name, Omawale. Therefore, it's my distinct pleasure and honor to present to us Professor Richard William Omawale Walker.
Rufus, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that introduction. It's a real pleasure to be here today. It hasn't been easy to get here. I was having WhatsApp conversations with Rufus last Friday night because I didn't have my passport back. But it's a real pleasure. I've been to Ibadan once before, which was in 2015. And it's a real honor to be here on behalf of, well, I've always known him as Shola, who's a real good friend. And I've known him for over 10 years, and it's been a real honor. And I would really echo everything that was said last night and this morning about Shola. And he's a real role model for me, as well as I think for all the other people who are talking. And I think I'm going to have to regard myself as one of his half mentees, really. But it's a pleasure to be here. Now what I'm going to have to do is to try and open this presentation, if you give me 1 minute. As you'll have gathered, we've had one or two technical issues, but hopefully we're there. Where I come from is, and when I left there on Monday, there was lots of snow on the ground. It was freezing, so it's very different being here. But this is Northumbria and Newcastle, and that's the picture down on the left-hand side there is the Roman wall, which is 2,000 years old. So any of you are very welcome to come to Newcastle anytime. And if you're lucky like Shola, you might get to St. James's Park to watch a football game. But we'll not talk about that last night because we lost last night. I'm going to start, and Rufus mentioned this, to just talk a very little bit about stroke. But most of the talk today is going to be around neurodegenerative diseases, and I'm going to focus particularly on Parkinson's disease, with a little bit on dementia, recognizing that Shola himself is the world authority on dementia in Africa. So this was some work that we did in Tanzania, and this was back in the early in the 1990s. And what we did was we looked at cause of death in people in 3 different areas in Tanzania where there were demographic surveillance sites, and we did something called verbal autopsy. So when someone died, they were interviewed, the relatives were interviewed, and a cause of death was ascribed. And the bottom line of this is it shows that if you're aged 15 to 64 in Tanzania and you're a man, you're more likely to die of stroke than someone in England and Wales. And it's the same for women, but slightly less common. So this was a real big paper at the time because it was saying, actually, stroke is a big issue in Africa. And when I speak to colleagues here, I was lucky to be with colleagues in Lagos on Wednesday, and everyone recognizes what a big issue stroke has become. So following on from that, we did, again, Rufus was mentioning this, we did the Tanzanian stroke incidence study, and this is where we looked over 3 years at people who had stroke in 2 different areas of Tanzania. And what we found from that was that there were very, very high rates of stroke incidence. So that's how many new people have a stroke. And what you can see is that as you get older, you're more likely to have a stroke. And we compared our populations to African Americans in New York, and they already have very high rates of stroke, and the rates in Tanzania were equal to or even higher. So what that tells us is stroke incidence in Tanzania, and actually probably the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, is really high when you allow for the age of the population. And what is driving that? Well, this was from our stroke study. We looked at HIV testing, and this was anonymous HIV testing. And if you had a stroke compared to someone who was a control who hadn't had a stroke, you were far more likely to have HIV when we did anonymous testing. We don't know which individuals were positive. But the biggest factor that drives stroke everywhere in sub-Saharan Africa, and the biggest risk factor for mortality in the world, is this. This is a guy who's 63. The only reason I met him, he's the same age and sex as one of our stroke patients, so he was a control. He'd never had his blood pressure measured in his life. He felt absolutely fine. He's looking a bit grumpy because I've just stuck this thing on his arm, and that was his blood pressure. And the first time he realizes his blood pressure is high is when he has a stroke, unless he happens to have met us because of this study. And that is the problem throughout Africa. Africa is the capital continent of the world as regards hypertension. And just very briefly, before I start to talk about neurodegenerative disease, we looked at 12 of the villages on Kilimanjaro at people aged 70 and over, and how many had hypertension. So a vast majority of them had hypertension, but very few of them knew about it, and even those who did know about it were not controlled. So even though it's the people you find, even they are not controlled with their high blood pressure. So everyone, go and get your blood pressure measured and get it treated if you need it treated. Okay, but I'm coming from Newcastle, and I feel like I'm bringing coals to Newcastle by talking about stroke in Ibadan, because you have the preeminent researchers in Africa relating to stroke in your midst. And we've heard from Rufus Akinyemi, and his PhD was to do with cognition post-stroke. I've got the pleasure of working with Mayowa Owolabi and his colleagues who've done phenomenal work to do with stroke in both Nigeria and Ghana, with the Siren study and the other studies that they've been involved with, and also the current study that I'm also involved with is the ERISA study that Mayowa is leading. So you have some fantastic researchers in Ibadan, not across the board, but particularly in stroke. So now I'm going to talk a bit about neurodegenerative diseases. So this is just to show you that the population in Africa is increasing. far faster than anywhere else in the world. But not only is it increasing, it's aging. So the life expectancy in sub-Saharan Africa in the last 20 years has really increased. That means there are a lot more older people who are going to be at risk of things like stroke and things like neurodegenerative disease. And that is only going to increase dramatically over the next 30 years. So now to go to neurodegenerative diseases, and this was the Global Burden of Disease study, and they've looked at different neurological diseases, and already dementia, Parkinson's disease, motor neuron disease are leading causes of disability and mortality. And this comes at a time when the services aren't necessarily ready to meet them. So if we think about the neurological workforce in Africa, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to put this down. I haven't got 3 hands. And I haven't got 2 mouths either. Then there is, you know this, and we've already heard about the brain drain and the current brain drain, but there is a real shortage of doctors, other health professionals, particular shortage of neurologists. And I was lucky to meet several of the neurologists in Lagos, and I know that they have just arrived, so welcome. They've just got the train from Lagos. And also the neurologists here, and but there is a real shortage of neurologists, as you well know. And this is coming at a timely, this is very timely because the WHO is very interested in these conditions, and they've just published this document about a global action plan on epilepsy and other neurological disorders. And in this global action plan, there are various targets that we'll come back to of different things that they want countries around the world to achieve in the next 20 or 30 years. And this is the Global Action Plan for Neurological Diseases. Now to focus on Parkinson's disease. And this was the Global Burden of Disease study. And Parkinson's disease is increasing worldwide. That's partly due to the aging of the population, because the older you get, the more likely you are to get Parkinson's disease. But there are other factors that we're not sure about, which are also leading to the increase in Parkinson's disease. Now, you can see that Africa is quite blue there, which means it's got low rates. What I would tell you is, and I'll show you this, that a lot of the figures about Parkinson's disease in Africa are based on very few studies and lots of extrapolation. So we don't really know, mainly, is the answer to that, to what the prevalence is. But these are previous studies, and you can see there was previous studies in Nigeria from many, many years ago. But after 1990, the only 2 studies that have been published, large-scale prevalence studies, was a study from Tanzania in Haidom, where they didn't find any patients, and then the study that we conducted, which I'll tell you a little bit more about, in the High District in the early 2000s. And so I'm going to take you, so there was, as I say, Ashuntakun. So when I was writing my MD, I kept coming across this name, Ashuntakun, because I had to reference him a lot of the time. So he was one of your great pioneers of neurological research in Ibadan. And what I would say is there's another way, if we can't actually measure it, there are other ways of estimating how common it might be. So if we reckon that over the age of 60 years, there's a 1% prevalence of Parkinson's, that gives you that number. And if you think below that, the prevalence would be maybe 0.04%. So there you can see from that we're well over 1 million people, but the majority of those, we don't know who they are. And I'll show you why. Thank you. And then we need to think about what might be driving the Parkinson's and what might give you Parkinson's. So this is what people ask me when they come to my clinic. They say, why have I got Parkinson's? We don't know is the usual answer, because it's still idiopathic Parkinson's. But there is more and more research suggesting different things that might be important. So genetics is very important, and your genetic predisposition, but then something about environmental toxins, and something that's really relevant to Africa is pesticides. And these are previous research studies in Africa, and I do thank my colleague, Professor Okabadejo from Lagos, who's just arrived, for a lot of these slides that I'm showing you. But these are previous studies. A previous study in Nigeria looking at trace metals, a previous study from South Africa looking at manganese, and I know there's also research in Ghana which has looked at manganese. So these are thinking about things that might be making people susceptible to it. But I would point out Professor Okabadejo, so Njidi and Lara, for this amazing study. So they have looked in the last 3 years at the genetics of Parkinson's disease in Nigeria. And there were multiple sites, and I know Ibadan was one of those sites. And what they've done is discovered a new gene. So amazing what they've done. And so they looked at 2,000 patients and 2,000 controls, did the genome-wide association study, and then this new GBA1 mutation, which confers risk to people for getting Parkinson's disease. So that's very new, just published this year in Lancet Neurology. But there are many, many unmet needs as regards Parkinson's research in Africa. We don't know really how common it is. We need to know much more about the genetics. We need to know much more about risk factors. And we need to know how we can actually treat people. And these are many of the challenges and opportunities, but for the sake of time, I'm going to skip through this slide. And this was a WHO initiative that myself and several colleagues from Africa were involved with, looking at what the priorities were. And I'll just pick out a couple here. One was we need more research, and the other one was we need to have accessible and affordable medication, because a lot of people don't have that available. So now I'm going to take you across to East Africa. So Tanzania is where I've done most of my research over the years. And what we did was a house-to-house survey to try and find people with Parkinson's. And these are the questions that we asked. So we were going to households to find people with Parkinson's. But I liken this to looking at a needle in a haystack, but the needle does not know it's a needle, i.e. no one had heard of Parkinson's. So that question 3 would work in the UK, but was useless in Tanzania. And then we delivered physiotherapy, and I was pleased to meet the Deputy Provost today and discover that he is a physiotherapist. We looked at whether we could deliver physiotherapy in Tanzania. And basically this was around about cueing. So this is a noise like a metronome, which triggers people to help them walk. And what we did was we used this metronome, and we worked the Tanzanian physiotherapist for 3 weeks with the individuals. And what it showed was people went from walking like that to walking like that. No drugs. And I'm demonstrating it to you because I was hoping I could show you the video, but we haven't been able to get the video to work, I'm afraid. But the bottom line was that made the massive difference. And then this was another video I was going to show you, which was a guy who I'd met 10 years previously. He's only in his early 40s, and he was transformed by having medication, just with levodopa. He was suddenly up and walking around. And we had people who were virtually bedbound who then were walking everywhere. So it can be transformative if you can give these people medication. But what we found from that study was that actually it was commoner than previously found in Africa, but less common than anywhere else in the world, than other places in the world. But that was mainly because the people we found, only a fifth of them knew they had Parkinson's previously. So if you don't get treated for your Parkinson's disease, you don't survive. I had an email yesterday from my colleagues at work to say one of my longest standing patients, who I've known for 25 years, just died yesterday. But she had a phenomenal quality of life until about 2 years ago. So it is an eminently treatable condition, but if you don't treat it, people will die early. And this is the problem with the treatment. So this is a survey we did in Kenya, and the bottom line of all of this is the drugs for Parkinson's are generally not available. If they are available, they're not affordable. And we had stories of people having to sell their cattle and everything else, and it has a massive impact not just on the patient, but the family in terms of treatment. And I know that colleagues, and Judy and her colleagues, have done a similar survey in Nigeria, which shows very similar findings. And there's been a recent survey looking at availability throughout Africa, and it's very similar, except for places like North Africa and South Africa. And one of the things that drives this is whether drugs are mentioned on the essential medicines list. So we're doing some work with the WHO, and we were at the WHO in September, to look at how we can get these drugs available. And they need to be on the WHO essential medicines list, to then get on the national essential medicines list, and then they need to be registered. And that doesn't always work, and that's one of the big issues about affordable levodopa in Africa. And this was again looking at another Africa-wide survey, looking at what was available to treat people, and there's a lack of specialists and specialist services for people with Parkinson's. And what that brings me to is a very exciting news to give you. This is a baobab tree in Tanzania, and you can make out in the background Mount Kilimanjaro. So this is where we have our demographic surveillance site in Tanzania. And this is our new research group. And it's to try and address some of these problems. This was our meeting we had in Newcastle back in May when it was a bit warmer. And we're aiming to, the grant is from 4 years from last September. It involves Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and Tanzania. So there's the countries. They're all Anglophone countries, but they cover a wide spread of different types of services, but also genetic variation. And there's more than genetic variation in Africa than the rest of the world put together. So that we will discover lots of different things in Ethiopia that will be different from what's been discovered in Nigeria, for example. And these are the institutions that are involved. And these are the research questions we're trying to address. So what is the prevalence? So we're doing further prevalence studies. There's one as we speak going on in Tanzania. Next year, there are going to be a study in Lagos, in Ghana, and in Kenya. And then we're going to look at how we can improve the rates of diagnosis, and then look at, is there anything different about Parkinson's in Africa, and how can we actually improve the quality of treatment. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit about a possible different type of treatment. But also, very importantly, and it was fantastic, so when I got named yesterday, I was at a community involvement group for the dementia project here. And it was all the people, the elders and people like that, and they gave me my name, which I was very chuffed about. But it's so important that we're involving people with Parkinson's, their carers, and the community right from the start. And these are the sort of things that we're going to address. So we're going to look at the prevalence, we're going to look at risk factors, we're going to look at how you can improve diagnosis, what the Parkinson's looks like, how we can improve management, a little bit about treatment, and then very much what it's like to have Parkinson's. I'm just going to give you bit more information on a couple of those things. So aids to diagnosis. One of the problems with Parkinson's, it's a specialist diagnosis. In the UK, people get diagnosed by specialists. In Nigeria, people get diagnosed by specialists. But there's a shortage of specialists. So is there anything else we can do to try and help with the diagnosis? So these are lots of different things that we're doing, assessing gait, assessing videos, looking at the back of the eyes. There's lots of different things that might predict Parkinson's. And I was just showing you this lady. This is the woman who can smell Parkinson's. So her husband had Parkinson's, and she noticed that very early on when he got Parkinson's, he smelt differently. So one of the things we're doing is taking samples of sweat from the back of people's neck to test for what is it that might tell us that. And it may be that in 2 or 3 years' time we have a sweat test that will say whether you've got Parkinson's or not. And maybe we'll have dogs who are trained to sniff people with Parkinson's. It's already happening. And this is the other thing I wanted to tell you about. Levodopa is really expensive. But throughout the tropics, there's something called Mucuna pruriens, which grows everywhere, and it has levodopa in it. And there's a study done in Ghana where they've used this, and it looks very promising. This would be transformative because at the moment, I think half the people in the world with Parkinson's cannot afford their treatment. This would change that. This would be affordable anywhere. And then something you're very familiar with is that, you know, when someone gets a tremor or something like that, it's evil spirits, it's witchcrafts. People use traditional healers. And I know that you're very familiar with this from work here to do with stroke and also to do with dementia. And I'm going to skip through that slide and just talk very briefly at the end about dementia. And again, with dementia, talking about dementia, when I have people like Shola in the room and his colleagues, again is bringing coals to Newcastle when I bring that to Ibadan. But just a little bit about dementia before I finish off. So we have normal cognition, then people get mild memory problems, and then when those memory problems are severe enough to affect their function, we call that dementia. And there are different types of dementia. The most common and one that most people are familiar with is Alzheimer's, but vascular dementia may well be more common in Africa because of the hypertension that doesn't get diagnosed. Obviously, people with Parkinson's can get it, and there are many other different causes which are much rarer. But, importantly, there are risk factors for dementia that we know about, but they're called modifiable risk factors. That means we know about them and we can do something about them. Age is one, that's non-modifiable. We can't change our age. But definitely being educated, particularly if you learn more than one language. So coming from the UK, that's not very useful because we're useless at learning other languages. But something in midlife, hypertension, really important to diagnose that and treat that. Smoking is obviously, and then topical, very topical these days, things like air pollution. And there was a Lancet commission, which you've heard that Shola was involved with, on dementia. And they were one of the things they looked at is how we could decrease these risk factors to prevent dementia in the future. So there are things that we can be doing to try and prevent it. And there are different things in different times in the life course that these can be affected. So, key thing for everyone here, don't smoke, get your blood pressure treated, exercise. Exercise is good for everything. And all of those things will be important to try and prevent you getting dementia in the future. And learn many languages. And what I'm going to do now, this is the global impact of dementia, and there's lots of stuff that's come out, and it's a massive problem in high-income countries as well, and a very expensive problem because of the care that's provided for people. So it has a massive impact throughout the world. And WHO wants their target in at least 50% of countries, as a minimum, 50% of the estimated number of people with dementia are diagnosed by 2025. We're a really long way away from that in sub-Saharan Africa, as you know. So similar to our Parkinson's study, we did a prevalence study of dementia in older people in Tanzania, and they just did not know about it. It wasn't something that was talked about as a diagnosis. It was mainly older people. It just happens when you get older. It's not an issue, and so on. So there is a real challenge to get over that point where you can actually raise public awareness about dementia, think about things you can do to prevent it, but also, I'll just mention a little bit about, at the end, about treatment, a possible treatment for dementia. So, thinking about dementia in sub-Saharan Africa, again, we have these worldwide maps from the Global Burden of Disease study. Although relatively low rates now, Africa is going to have the biggest increase, percentage-wise, worldwide. And this is where I mentioned my colleague Rufus, who very kindly introduced me. And Rufus and Shola are leading this amazing project from Ibadan, which is the African Dementia Consortium. And again, I'm very, very honoured to be involved with that project. And they are involving 9 countries across Africa in this initiative. And this is a paper that Rufus led on, looking at what we know currently. And again, thank you to Rufus for a couple of slides about dementia and the care in different countries in Africa. So we know a little bit about the prevalence. We know certainly more prevalent studies of dementia than there are of Parkinson's. Obviously Nigeria is included, and East Africa as well. We don't know very much about the incidence. We don't know much about the genetics, but this project is going to change that. And also, I hope it's going to raise the profile and hopefully decrease the stigma around dementia. And this is looking at that from that study. This is looking at what we know about the prevalence, so how common is dementia, and what we know about the incidence. So the bottom line of all of that is we know very little about the incidence. The prevalence, when you adjust for the background age of the population, is very similar to high-income countries. There's a bit of variation, but generally, on average, is very similar. And thinking about the risk factors, low education is up there as one of the big risk factors. So this is the countries that are involved with the Dementia Consortium, and they're looking at risk factors, and they're looking at the genetics. And this was a meeting that we had in Nairobi last year, and Rufus and Shola and Judy and several other colleagues here were at that meeting, looking at what we can do about dementia in low and middle income countries. So not just sub-Saharan Africa, but with a big focus on sub-Saharan Africa. And you can see that there's a big demand to try and shift the focus of investment, particularly on research about dementia, to more research in Africa and places like Africa. And to look at reduction of risk factors, to look at reduction in stigma, and to try and collaborate. And I think Ibadan is such a good example, as we've heard several times this morning, of a place that you look to in Africa as a place that you would collaborate with, and collaborates with several other places. And I do hope that we can really ignite further collaboration across the board with Newcastle after this. So to finish up on the dementia conclusions, there is a large burden of neurodegenerative disease, so including Parkinson's, including dementia, and that we can do a lot to prevent these conditions, potentially, but also to treat them and to improve quality of life. I think it's important that we involve people across the board in this. I think it's great that people like WHO are very much, this is very much an interest of theirs at the moment, and I think it's great that there are these initiatives involving multi-sectors within countries, but also across countries. And it's how we can take this forward in the future. And I'm just going to finish off with a project that we did with Shola. So I first met Shola just over 10 years ago, what a chance meeting that was. He was at Newcastle University meeting his colleague Raj Kalaria, and Raj introduced us, and this led to this study that we've done, and I'm so grateful for that chance opportunity. But this is something called cognitive stimulation therapy. So this is something you can do for people with dementia. It involves working with communities, and this was done locally. I presume Lalapon Town Hall is near here? Yes? So, I'll go back. So we did the cognitive stimulation therapy in Tanzania and in Nigeria, and this was led by Shola. And these are the sort of things that they do. They have 14 sessions. This just describes the first 4 sessions. So it's doing things that they're familiar with over those first 4 sessions. And then there's Shola right in the middle there. You can see him looking very smart, as he always does. And this is Shola slightly dressed down. So Shola and I, on the back of this project, had a great trip to Rio de Janeiro. So I didn't get Shola quite in his shorts, but we got him into jeans and a t-shirt, so there we go. But we had a great time, and didn't we? Yes. And I have to say, it's been such an honor. I'm so grateful to you for inviting me to speak in honor of Shola today, because I echo everything that everyone else has said. He's been a fantastic mentor to me as well. But later that day, this is what he was up to. Okay, thank you very much.
A very big round of applause for Professor Walker. Thank you very much. So you may please be seated. May I respectfully invite upstage a former provost, former vice chancellor, a former minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor I.F. Adewale, as he presents a plaque to our lecturer.
On behalf of the health and entire staff of the Department of Medicine, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, and University College Hospital Ibadan, this plaque is presented to you as a mark of appreciation for your lucid lecture and to mark this auspicious occasion. We thank you so much for visiting Nigeria and for being part of an outstanding project. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
May I request the celebrant to take a picture? Prof, sir. Sorry, sir. The celebrant. And mommy too. Okay, members of the table, please join us. Okay, so that's Newcastle United will get an additional trophy on the table. A round of applause for our guest lecturer once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 2-minute break so that we can do the book launch. So we'll have some music. And may I request all mentees to please line up the aisle. Shall we have some musical interlude? All mentees of Professor Ogunniyi, please line up the aisle as we prepare for the book launch. Thank you. Music, please. Thank you.
Another banger, baby, calm down, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me, young girl, oh young girl. No, tell me no, 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 oh, 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 oh. Baby, come give me your lo, 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 oh, 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 oh. You got me like whoa, 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 whoa. Shawty, come give me your lo, 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 oh, 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 oh. I see this fine girl from my party, she wear yellow. Every other girl they do too much, but this girl mellow. Now in my divine situation, I go use they tell I'm mellow. Finally, I find way to talk to the girl, but she ain't no one follow. When you gonna phone for one? When you know I come for one? Then I start to feel a bum bum one. But she dey give me small small one. I know, say she's a bit pass it down one one. But she feeling insecure, cause her friends go they go my light ring go on. Go they go my light ring go on.
Yeah, I know we look shy, but for you I get down low. And my hips make you cry when I'm moving around you. Do it once, do it twice. I push back, you hold me tight. Get a taste for a night. Baby, show me you can calm down, calm down. Dance with me and take the lead now, lead now. Got you so high that you can't calm down, calm down.
My money, my body, now your own.
Is that we are body?
If I tell you, say I love you, oh. My money, my body, now your own, oh baby. 30 billion for the account, yo. Yeah. Versace and Gucci for your body, oh baby. No do, no do, no do, gotta for me. No do, no do, no do, say that, oh. No do, no do, no do, shakara, oh. No do, no do, no do, gotta for me, oh. Girl, you're beautiful too. My number one in tutu. Sipping bruku tutu. For your love it tutu. I go chuku. Biko obianuju. Share you do me.
Shall we all rise up for the champion as he steps in style?
I wanna dash it to you.
The mentees of Professor Ogunniyi are mounting a guard of honor. Shall we all rise to welcome him for the second half of this program? Shall we all stand for the champion?
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for standing up for the champion today. A big round of applause for him. Thank you very much. You may please be seated. That effectively welcomes us to the second half of this program, and we'll be running through it very fast now. But permit me to quickly recognize in our midst this morning the following people. We have in our midst the Provost of the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, Professor Wale Oke. A round of applause for him. We have also in our midst Professor Tunji Olaopa, the Chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission. A round of applause for him. Also, we have Professor Jide Oweye, the Chairman, Governing Council of Lead City University. A round of applause for him. And so, please, we want to quickly do the book reviews and book launch so that we can be free to move out of here very soon. So I'm not going to waste any time at all, as I want all of us to put our hands together now. We are reviewing and launching 2 books this afternoon. So to do the first book review, which is an academic book, welcome with me Professor Njideka Okubadejo. A round of applause for her. A round of applause for her as she comes up to review the book. Professor Okubadejo is a professor of neurology at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, and Lagos University Teaching Hospital. And she's a close ally of Prof, and I know she will do justice to the review this morning. Another round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by giving hearty congratulations to the most admirable of Africa's neurologists on his meritorious retirement. Professor Adesola Ogunniyi is an epitome of humility, wisdom, and a treasure trove of neuroscience expertise, and he has bequeathed this to hundreds of neuroscientists nationally, regionally, and internationally. And so it's an honor and a privilege to have been asked to review the first script in honor of Professor Adesola Ogunniyi, MBCHB Ife, MD, FMCP, FWACP, FRCP Edinburgh, FRCP London, Fellow of the National Academy of Medicine, Fellow of the Academy of Medicine Specialties, Fellow of the Academy of Science. And the title of this book is Neuroscience in Africa, Leveraging the Present to Shape the Future. And over the next few minutes, I will attempt to review this book. Both the title and the theme of the book are apt and contemporary and allude to the current status of the field of neurosciences in Africa, to which the honoree has dedicated his entire career, spanning several decades, and to which he is to be credited considerably for the progress that has led us to where we are today as neuroscientists in Africa. And then the book goes further to envision the future in a way that exemplifies what those who have had the privilege of associating with Professor Ogunniyi would recognize as his hallmark approach of being forward-thinking. The editors of the book, 2 accomplished mentees of Professor Ogunniyi, Professors Rufus Akinyemi and Prof. Mayowa Owolabi, brought together a stellar team of authors drawn from within and outside Nigeria and conceptualized the thematic areas of the book in a way that encapsulates what would otherwise have been a multi-volume treatise into succinct chapters that provide readers with the essentials of the situation analysis of the state of the field as viewed from the diverse subspecialties within the neurosciences. The book highlights progress, gaps, opportunities, and challenges, and provides roadmaps for driving progress in the field. Whereas the future is already upon us, 2050 is just around the corner, the chapters are a call to action for individual clinician researchers, institutions, and policymakers, and other stakeholders, providing credible, evidence-based data that reiterate the burden of neurological disorders in Africa. I'll provide a brief summary. The book is subdivided into 12 carefully conceptualized chapters. In chapter 1, Professor Oluwabumi Olakpade Olaokpa scintillates us with a reintroduction to the qualities of the man of the moment, Professor Adesola Ogunniyi, documenting his enviable characteristics, well known to most of us, professionalism exemplified, an unobtrusive mentorship style, accomplished academician and researcher, impeccable empathetic clinician with an enviable bedside manner, committed to upholding and honoring the legacies of those who came before him, upholding institutional pride, and promoting the course of neurosciences beyond the shores of Africa. This summary is something that those venturing into the field or hoping to succeed within the field need to read and meditate upon and adopt. As is our standard of practice in neurosciences, we start with the basics. So chapter 2, written by an enviable team of accomplished basic neuroscientists, discusses contemporary concepts that relate to gyrification, that is cortical folding, the processes, the benefits, the genomics, providing examples from a wide array of species and highlighting the relevance to human clinical neuroscience with interesting insights into potential applications to neurobiomarker development and neurorehabilitation. And in the third chapter, the book honors the spirit of inclusiveness that is a hallmark of Professor Ogunniyi's philosophy and is a tribute to the progress in the field of child neurology in Africa. Again, authored by thought leaders in that field, one of whom I see here smiling in red. The chapter summarizes the origins of the specialty, highlights the services, profile, and burden of child neurology diseases, particularly the most burdensome. Talks about neurodiagnostic services, the challenges germane to the continent, and casts a vision for 2050, providing strong evidence for action to bridge the gaps in access to care to lower the burden. And between chapters 4 to 12, seasoned teams of authors who are thought leaders across the continent in their own right take on the vast array of contemporary subjects with a focus on Africa, namely epilepsy, aging and geriatrics, stroke, dementia, movement disorders, neuro-AIDS, neurorehabilitation, neuroethics, and neuroscience research, and research management. You will see that these topics have been carefully chosen and also reflect areas in which Professor Ogunniyi has made remarkable contributions on the continent. In these chapters, the authors have expertly summarized the literature, dissected the current status of knowledge, identified actionable gaps, and thoughtfully proffered solutions and strategies for stakeholders. Exciting areas of progress have been divulged, and multiple examples that can stimulate action, including engagement of early career researchers, are provided. Overall, the book chapters are brilliantly crafted, contain a wealth of evidence and knowledge summarized expertly within the relatively short chapters, and represent a treasure of the history, current status, and future directions of neurosciences in Africa and Nigeria. The book represents a benchmark against which we can measure future progress, and hopefully a first edition of a book which we'd like to see other editions of in the years ahead. I therefore highly recommend this book to all and sundry as a keepsake, first in honor of the contributions of Professor Ogunniyi to the field of neurosciences in Africa, and also as a reference to the annals of neurology in our personal and institutional libraries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And so that was the review of that first book. But there is a second book, and I know that it's equally as detailed and as well written as the first. And I'll be calling on no one else than Professor Tunji Olaopa, the chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission, to do the review of the second book. A round of applause for him as he steps off stage. Only giants launch 2 books in a day. And I'm sure that friends of giants will buy all the books before we leave here today. We are not taking back any book home. We must sell everything. A round of applause for Professor Tunji Olaopa. You're welcome, sir.
The provost, deputy provost, the guest speaker, Professor Richard Walker, the elders in the room, Professor Jai Thomas, and the celebrant, Professor Adesola Ogunniyi. What I'm going to do is a commentary, and I will do it very quickly. In quietness and confidence, Memoirs of a Neuroscientist, that's the title of the memoirs. It is essentially a narrative in existential doggedness, a testimonial of resilience of an accomplished scholar who rose from a humble beginning to become one of the topmost neuroscientists in the continent. It is a manual of recollections that tells the story of how he lives, why he did what he did, the purposeful strides, the joy and sadness, twists and turns, decisions made and not made, the achievements, losses, and all. Told intentionally as a mentorship guide, and somewhat as an intergenerational conversation. And the message it conveys in my reading is that there is no mountain too steep to climb if one is purposeful, determined, hardworking, and enjoys the benefit of the grace of God. If you then must need another compass to navigate the 12 chapters, 239 pages tome, you might as well set out to look out for the following. How did Professor Ogunniyi fashion his career, research, and practice? How was he able to navigate the stretch of obstacles that would usually hinder the ambition and purposes of others? Did he have mentors and role models? What roles does God play in his life? What mistakes did he make and how did he redress them? What detours took him away from his vision at some point and how did he recover? This portable manual, I'm supposed to be holding a copy, might not answer all these questions, but it provides us with a snapshot of the sum of the existence that Professor Ogunniyi has lived till now. And it is worth reading for sheer curiosity about a life narrated from the past tense to the present. And like all memoirs, this one does not fade in the socio-cultural history of the places that have molded the narrator. From Lagos, the place of birth, Awe, from Ibadan to Fiditi, Ile-Ife, Saminaka, to Saudi Arabia, to United States. We get a sense of a cosmopolitan fellow whose personality has been shaped by the open-mindedness engendered by a wide array of experience, place, and to place. I then will proceed as I go into the content by simply weaving my comment around some nuggets, namely the title, family values and our mystique, mentors and role model, the Ife philosophy, and Ogunniyi the neuroscientist. The title. That title sets me thinking for a while. With the title alone, you read so many tropes. We glimpse the temperament of an unassuming person. We get the insight into a sturdy tree that withstood the waves and frenzied winds of life. We get a loud perspective about a life of someone who is not loud. The title speaks about a person who goes about life quietly, but whose path in life blazes with glory. Number 2, family values and the our mistakes. The memoirs narrated the methodical and loving parenting our celebrant got from Papa and Mama Ogunniyi, and upbringing that ingrained in him values of discipline, integrity, contentment, respect, love of family and relations, and educational support. Though born in and raised in Lagos, the young Ogunniyi benefited from the Awe spirit of extended filial love and cultural beingness that ties the indigents to that little town that we call our home. And those interested in some details about history, we have a glimpse of the history of Awe, rendered with the evident fondness and attachment that the professor has for his roots. Number 3, mentors and role models. If one connects chapter S11, titled Tributes to My Mentors, to chapter 13, where he outlines lessons life has taught me. From chapter 11, we will see clearly that Professor Ogunniyi takes seriously Isaac Newton's statement, "If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulder of giants." An acknowledgement of the roles that those who came before him and trained him played in his character and in his intellectual and professional formation. He indeed has several shoulders to stand on, from his parents to his teachers and mentors from Fidelity Grammar School, Igbobi College, University of Ife, to the portfolio in neuroscience from Professor Ogunniyi had a total package in mentoring, from biological sciences to medicine and onward to neuroscience. He was firmly within the professional cohort of such mentors and neuroscience pioneers as Professor Adeoye Lambo, Latunde Odeko, Benjamin Osuntokun, Ezekiel Caston Martins, Roger Mark Nanjola, Gabriel Osuide, and many others. By the time he finally made a choice of neuroepidemiology, all these powerful figures and role models had already rubbed off their enormous global influence and scholarly commitment on him, the Ife philosophy. Indeed, reading Professor Ogunniyi's narration of Ife philosophy and the Ife experiment in medical health and health education, I felt a sense of loss. According to him, that philosophy derived from the Western regional policy about healthcare service and community development. This, according to him, generated an organic institutional health network made up of basic health centers units and secondary care hospitals, which, if had been sustained, could have created a sustainable basis of health for all. Ogunniyi, the neuroscientist. Chapter 7 of the memoir is a delight to read, as the neuroscientist in his element narrated the nuances and the intricacies of the profession. In that chapter, he came to me as a consummate teacher, outlining what neuroscience, neuroepidemiology, and neurological disorder entails, as well as a modest detailing of his contribution to cognitive neuroscience. Professor Ogunniyi's neuroepidemiological research focuses on the epidemiological investigation into the incidence, prevalence, frequency, and risk involved in the prognosis of neurological disorder. In his own words, his scholarship in dementia carries the quote of dementia, the burden of dementia and the risk factor, including the association with hypertension, gene environmental interaction with regards to lipid and apoprotein E, as well as the predictive value of weight loss in individuals with cognitive impairment, unquote. In conclusion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I try to be a quack and bring some bit of public administration and governance into the conversation. And for the fun of it, I pose for myself the research question. How does the disarticulated developmental and governance crisis of a post-colonial Nigerian state affect the neurological state of an average Nigerian, elite or ordinary? I mean to ask, how does a demented Nigerian state lead to the observation of new degenerative consequences for our citizens? And more, how does this neuroscientific research influence institutional reform consideration? We can begin unraveling this question as the base of neuroadministration by agreeing to a simple axiom: underdevelopment has psychiatric implication. Poverty, unemployment, infrastructural decay, underdevelopment, and bad governance are these, insofar as they have turned Nigeria into angry and bitter citizens, always demanding for better life without getting it. When the expectation of good governance are constantly being deferred by non-performing government, dementia becomes a possibility. The far-reaching implication is that neurological disorder is indirectly proportional to social disorder. And this is because the Nigerian leadership has lost touch with the imperative of mental health of our citizens. And this is in itself is also a neurological matter. For instance, there is a neurological disorder behind a politician or a public officer diverting public fund to private hand, and even one person stealing money meant for the Commonwealth. If my attempt to simply trivialize neuroscience piss you off, forgive me. But if you have listened to what sounds simply rhetorical, thank you. On this note, I beg to take my leave. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, sir. Don't worry, to hear is human, to forgive is divine. You can't go, sir, yet. Not just yet, sir. Yeah, so I'll be calling up Professor Jide Oweye, and that's why I went to collect the second microphone now, to see who can pull the largest crowd. It's time to do the launching itself. It's not enough to do the review. More important is to launch it. So a round of applause for Professor Jide Oweye as he comes to the podium. And I'm going to give them the liberty to, in about 5 to 10 minutes, help us raise about 100 million naira for these books. Okay, now, that's just what some of us used to clear garden. And now that Prof is leaving academia, he can go fully into politics. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our launchers this morning. Professor Oweye, like I said earlier, is the Chairman Governing Council of Lead City. And so he's in private hands. And you know, private sector-driven economy is what we are talking about. So, LOC, can we have the unveiling of the book so that we can launch it?
The books are not here.
Can we help the launchers with the unveiling of the book, Dr. Taiwo Uncle? Dr. Taiwo, please.
Okay. It's my Egbon, so he will lead the whole thing. Professor Ogunniyi and wife will join us. I'm inviting Professor Adesola to join us. Yeah, what other names then? Madam, you should identify some people who can. Okay. Can we have Professor Jide Salako, Tunde Salako, join us? Is he around? Okay. Let's have the KBAC place to join us. Professor Owosekun to join us. So we need a copy each so that we can hold it for picture until we unveil it. Okay, until we unveil it. Yeah. Do we have Professor Fatiu Aregundade in the room? Please join us. Dr. Sheyi Roberts. And of course, Professor Yegureje to join us. Okay. Professor Yomi Akanji, are you around here? Professor Yomi Akanji, is he coming? Okay. Okay, excellent. I mean, we are doing great. So, okay, after the organization, later. So, you are handling
the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, the Provost, College of Medicine, the Chief Medical Director, University College Hospital, Ibadan, the Dean of Faculty of Clinical Sciences, and other deans in the college, the Head of Department of Medicine, other professors, medical practitioners here present, and of course family members of Professor Adesola Ogunniyi and his dear wife, and Professor Walker, who gave the guest lecture. I think what we are here for really is book presentation, not book launching. Because if I look at those of us who are here, we are either professors or, or small-time aspiring people trying to do one or two things with what they have learned in the university. So we should have invited the money bags if we wanted to do a launching as it is done the Nigerian way. But as it is, this is the way we've had it. And I would like to say that we're all pleased to be part of this presentation of the two books celebrating Professor Adesola Ogunniyi. He has done so much for academia, so much for medicine. And it's also an opportunity for me to tell him that in order not to fall into what Professor Walker called dementia, he needs to start building new cabinet, promoting the knowledge of men at Lee City University, where he must come and help. So we celebrate you. We wish you all the best. And let me ask Madam to join me in removing the veil so that people see the book. Oh, okay, I will cut. Okay. Where do I cut? Yeah, okay. Just lift it. Oh, okay. Okay. On behalf of myself, my family members, friends, colleagues, and of course the 15 young boys and girls forming the foundation students of Lee City University College of Medicine, I ask that this book be unveiled. With a modest contribution of 1 million naira.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll pick copies to...
Yes, everybody will pick a copy. He has picked a copy for 1 million. Just pick a copy.
So while the picture is going on, yeah. Can Chief Mrs. Aduloju join us? Professor Ilesanmi, Professor Tayo Shokunbi, and Engineer Makanjola. Please join us here. At least if by way of performance we did not do too well, we should be able to raise money to underwrite the cost of production of this book. On that score, I'm following. At least you can buy a copy. How much is one? Excuse me, madam. How much is cost price? Is what? Okay. Now, each copy is 10,000. But if you are taking the two, it's 15,000. At least if we are able to pick, we need more copies. Bring the copies. You are welcome. So I'm following after Professor Uweye, and I'm launching a copy each of the two books for 500,000. So we have voices from.
Okay, I am actually I will buy 10 of each of this for 250,000.
LOC, please, we need you in front. Dr. Makanjola, where are you?
I will buy the two for 50,000.
Any other voice?
Okay, all right. We buy our own copies. And two friends, we buy our own copies for 100,000.
So we are coming. Can we have Damola and Adebola join us? I heard them discussing there that they want to honor their dad by launching openly. I also understand that Dr. Tunji Bolade is representing the Awe community. He should join us.
My senior brother, Yemi Ogunniyi.
Okay. Is it? Okay. Okay. Can we have Egmon Yemi Ogunniyi join us? So anybody putting mouth to the mic is not mandatory. Are the ushers going around with copies? And
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'll pick 2 copies on behalf of the National Postgraduate Medical College for 250,000 naira. And then personally, I'll pick a copy for 100,000 naira. Thank you.
Any other voice? I want to be as much democratic.
For our friends, Shola and Jaye, and on behalf of myself and my wife, Professor Bola Akonju is also somewhere there, we shall launch with an anonymous amount for now.
Can we have the copy of the second book, if it's here? The blue one. Okay. Yeah, people want the. Please let everybody have 2 copies. Damola, do I bring the mic?
I guess hello everyone. On behalf of the family, I guess we'd like to donate 2 million naira on behalf of the family. Thank you.
2 million naira.
Shola, on behalf of your modest route, Ileolode compound, Awe, the Ogunniyi and the Bolades, we are donating 150,000 naira for 4 copies.
On behalf of myself and my wife, I'm taking a copy each of the 2 books for 50,000 naira. And also, I'm here on an errand from one of our mentors again, Professor Cordially Odushote, who is actually out of the country today. He's also a renowned neurologist. I'm taking a copy each of the 2 books for another 50,000 naira. Thank you very much.
So, we're done, yeah. Okay, so.
Sorry, for those of us that have launched here, just hold your book. Don't go to your seat here. Just hold your book and let's line for the, so that we get a proper capture.
Okay, let's do a proper capture. Eh?
Just hold your book and face the camera, please. If you have done your own, just let's stand for the camera.
On behalf of the Ogunniyis, the Bolades, and the Adigbites from Ileolode compound, Awe, in Oyo State, we are going to donate 500,000.
So hold your books and let the books face the camera. Please, let's flatten out with the wall so that the camera can capture us.
So we do the picture and that will be.
Yes, let's just do the pictures, please.
Okay.
We need you to step back and maintain a flat line. Yes, there's an account number that is being displayed behind. Can we display the account number again, please? Hello? Yeah, so they are displaying, that's the account number. You can scan the barcode. Neuroscience book launch, United Bank for Africa, UBA. So please, you can get down the account number or scan the barcode. Please, hold your book facing the camera so that the camera can capture you. Cameraman, are you fine? So thank you. As we do the cameras, I will reel out the people that have sent in their own lunch. Professor Wale Oked, as the provost from Lagos, 100,000 naira. Dr. Alexander Top, 50 pounds. Dr. Nimbe Fagbami, 100,000 naira. Dr. and Dr. Mrs. Omole, 100,000. Dr. Sheon Falade Onwulia, $50. And Dr. Yemi Ogunniyi. Dr. Yemi Ogunniyi and his family, 500,000 naira. So you may please return to your seats, sirs and ma'ams. Okay, they want you to wait. Okay, Professor Bademosi and Professor Jide Ajayi, they want you to join the picture. To join for the picture. Professor Bademosi and Professor Jide Ajayi.
Okay, so the celebrant will go to them to take it.
I'm Professor Adenike Adeoye from Ife. Shola and I were classmates in medical school. We were the first set of medical doctors from Ife. Yes, 1978. Incidentally, we share the same birthday. Although I'm 1 year older than him. Now there's another classmate of ours, Kemi Fadikwe. She also celebrated her 70th last year. So Shola is a younger, Aburu. So we are happy to be here. I launched a set of books for 50,000 naira. And a message came from our classmate in Abuja, Dr. Abu Alassa. He is the group medical director of King's Care Hospitals, and he's launching a set of books for 250,000 naira.
I was Shola's classmate in Ife too.
We're in the same group.
In the same group?
Yes.
Quite unassuming. I always call him Pope. I'm launching the 2 sets of books for 50,000 naira.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. So the celebrant will just take a picture with Professor Jide Ajayi and Bademosi.
On behalf of Fidelity Grammar School, All Students Association, of which Professor Adesola Ogunniyi is the national president, I'm buying 12 copies on behalf of the school for 100,000 naira.
Thank you very much. So the books are still available to be launched and to be bought. We need to run quickly so that we can leave this place in about 35 minutes now. So let the ushers go around with the books. Many more people are. So we'll take a few goodwill messages. And I want to implore us that once you are called upon, we'll do it in about 3 minutes. Two, three. Okay, so the accounts are there. You can scan the code or you can type in the numbers. So I'll call us for a few goodwill messages. Please, let's make it as brief as possible. Actually, after 3 minutes, the microphones have been designed to go off, so we will not hear you again. So please do not speak beyond 3 minutes. So I'll be starting with the professional organizations. Permit me to welcome Professor Augustine Adeolu from the NSNS. A round of applause for him. Professor Adeolu is going to be giving his goodwill message from the NSNS. A round of applause for him.
Good afternoon. This eminent gathering, the family of our revered Professor Ogunniyi, all protocols already established, observed. But in particular, I must single out the very senior members of Nigerian Society of Neurological Sciences, Professor Bade Monsi, Professor Gureje, Professor Guse Inde, Professor Tom, and others, Professor Roberts and others. Tribute in honor of our past president, Professor Olushola Ogunniyi, eminent clinician, great researcher, adorable mentor. The Nigerian Society of Neurological Sciences, NSNS, appreciate your contribution to the society, as well as development and growth of neurosciences in Nigeria. In particular, I must say that for several years, until about 25 years ago or thereabouts, the society was moribund, more or less, because of the brain drain. Professor Ogunniyi was one of the senior members of the society who gave a new birth to the society. And since that time, Professor Ogunniyi has gone almost everywhere in Nigeria where we hold our meetings. We thank you so much, sir. Your exemplary life has influenced many of us in the field. You are a bridge between the pioneers of neurology in Nigeria and the younger generation. Your dedication to the training of numerous neurologists, neurosurgeons, psychiatrists for the country is not taken for granted. Thank you so much, sir. Many thanks for your immense contributions to research in various fields of neurosciences. As you retire from active academic life, may the Lord guide your future steps. May you enjoy the rest of your life in good health of mind and body. May you live long, sir. May you continue to enjoy abundant grace, abundant blessings, and mercy from the Almighty God. Amen. May the Lord bless your immediate family and all of us, your mentees and trainees. We are consoled in the society that you are only retiring from active university academic life. We know you are still available for us. Anytime we call on you in the society, we will continue to enjoy your wealth of experience, very rich wisdom, and fatherly guidance in the society. Thank you for being there, both in the past, in the present, and of course, we are reassured that even in the future, you will still be with us. Happy birthday, and we wish you happy retirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria, Can you please step up for your goodwill message?
Thank you so very much. Good afternoon, my teachers, teacher of teachers. I don't know, I'm so elated to be here, and I'm standing here on behalf of MDCAN UCH, specifically on behalf of the chairman of MDCAN UCH, who is unavoidably absent. And to do this, the honor to my great teacher, Professor Ogunniyi, I would want to respectfully request all past MDCAN chairmen and chairpersons to please join me here as we give this goodwill message to a highly esteemed teacher of teachers. I know I saw Dr. Adesola. All past MDCAN chairmen and chairpersons, please, could you please do the honor of joining me here as we present this tribute to Professor Ogunniyi. While we await them, permit me to, please, to quickly tell a short story of my encounter. You can call it my first encounter with Professor Ogunniyi. So while we are waiting for past chairmen to join us here, I will just quickly read this. My very first encounter with Professor Ogunniyi. My first encounter, so because I didn't want to fall or falter, I had to write this down because I know giants are here with me, the Hippocratic giants. My first close encounter with Prof. Ogunniyi was way back in 1998. I had just crossed the Red Sea, parted not so much by a dint of hard work as by God's grace. That meant crossed over from UI to UCH for my clinicals. So you can imagine how with pride I walked the corridors and through the walls of UCH in my glistening white world coat. My neck and torso adorned by a newly bought Rappaport stethoscope. This particular period, a close friend of mine from the other side of UI campus visited to spend a few days, and he came with some health-related complaints. There must have been something about my carriage, if you like, package, in modern-day parlance, that made him instill confidence in me, and I wasn't going to disappoint him. So in a business-like manner, I painstakingly took a detailed history which predominantly pointed in the direction of a neurological malady. Expectedly, I subjected him to some subtle gymnastics. To elicit some neurological signs, which in my mind was a neurological examination. All in my room in ABH. Done with the ritual, I announced to him that something was going on in his brain, and that the earlier he is evaluated by a consultant neurologist, the better for him. Quickly, to demonstrate a sense of urgency that his case commanded, I reached out for my pen and a plain sheet of paper, scribbled a referral letter carefully detailing the constellation of symptoms, which I eventually concluded was in keeping with features of classical cerebellar syndrome. Alas, classical cerebellar syndrome was my diagnostic verdict. The signed letter was addressed to the consultant neurologist, Professor Ogunniyi. I instructed him to take it straight to the clinic, which was ongoing, that he needn't register as it was urgent. In retrospect, I wonder where that confidence emanated from. I couldn't wait for him to return. It appeared I was more interested in the accuracy of the diagnosis than what the diagnosis meant for him, now the patient. I was not empathetic. So I eagerly listened as he shared his experience. To my chagrin and thankfully to his delight, I was utterly wrong. He has gone into Prof consulting room as instructed, introduced himself as my cousin, and handed the letter to Professor Ogunniyi. Professor Ogunniyi humbly read out the letter, written by a medical student, aloud to the hearing and amusement of the medical students, a year my seniors. According to him, this resulted in a cacophony of laughter, especially when Prof, with a characteristic smile, emphasized the parts these features are in keeping with classical cerebellar syndrome. And for a short while, amongst those senior colleagues at the clinic with Prof, I earned the name classical GT. My classical diagnosis, regardless. Prof went on to thoroughly evaluate the young man professionally, reassured him, and gave him a clean bill of brain health. This young man remained neurologically stable ever after. So what are the lessons from this which I learned from Professor Ogunniyi? 3 things. I learned humility, I learned empathy, and I learned professionalism. Thank you so very much, sir. So I'll just go straight on to read the... No, that was from
It's
me.
3 minutes,
Now
sir.
from
3
the
minutes,
chairman.
sir. Thank you, sir. 3 minutes. Thank you very
From
much.
the chairman of MDCAN.
10 minutes. 3 minutes is done. Thank you. Don't read any other speech. You can give us a message on our behalf. Thank you.
Well, the MDCAN chairman is unavoidably present.
Yes.
She's far away in the US.
Yes.
She has asked me to make this presentation, which I will now respectfully hand over to Chairman Emeritus. And I'm so privileged to stand beside her, and as I hand her the microphone to do the honors. Thank you, ma'am.
The chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the rest of this part will be very short. May I respectfully ask Professor Adesola Ogunniyi to join us here. I'm doing this on behalf of the current MDCAN chair, Dr. Foluke Fashola, who is away at the moment. As soon as I came in, I jokingly said to Professor Ogunniyi that at least I'm a few months older than he is. He didn't object to that. He knows how troublesome Wura can be. Professor Ogunniyi, you are a rare gem. We've always admired you, Tayo and I. We love your children. Damola and Adebola, they are my children too, because particularly the young man, I can never forget, please don't feel embarrassed, Adebola. I can never forget the way you always stroke your mother's strap. That's Brazil strap. So that shows how long I've loved you. And I wish your family the very best at all times. Kindly. On behalf of MDCAN, I would like to present this to you, Professor Adesola Ogunniyi, on the day of your retirement, but I know you are not tired. Jaye won't even let you be tired. Jaye is a workhorse as well. All our love from MDCAN. All the best.
Thank you so much.
A big round of applause for the Medical and Dental Consultants Association, UCH branch. Okay. Are we done the photographs? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me from the Nigerian Academy of Science, Professor Olatunde Farumbi, for his goodwill message. A round of applause for him. Professor Olatunde Farumbi. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him.
the chairman of the occasion and let me stand on the existing protocol. And let me respectfully greet and recognize Professor Adesola Ogunniyi that we are celebrating today. I bring fraternal greetings from the Nigerian Academy of Science, the president of the academy, Professor Ekane Mbre, FAS, who is not present here today. She would have loved to be here. I believe many fellows of the Academy of Science, they are here. And let me just recognize a few of them that I've seen around. I think I saw Professor Temitayo Shokunbi, Professor Wura Ola Shokunbi, Professor Isaac Adewole, a distinguished Professor Yegureje is here, Professor Omigbodun, and also the wife. Professor Bomiola Okpa is here. Professor Mayowa Owolabi is also here. Professor Babatunde Salako is also here. Professor Mrs. Falade, she's here. Professor Mrs. Gladys Falusi, she's here. Professor Yomi Akonji is here, and Professor Grace Botosho, she's also here. Maybe some other fellows are also here that I've not been able to see. Professor Adesola Ogunniyi is very dear to us in Nigeria Academy of Science, and his election to the fellowship of the academy was based on a scholarship and a distinction. I'm very happy that I'm doing this today because I've done quite a number of tributes this year, but most of them was done posthumously. The last one I did was for late Professor Ogunlesi on the 12th of April this year in Unilag. But I'm grateful to God, and we thank God that we are celebrating life today and we are not mourning. A lot has been said about Professor Ogunniyi, and Professor Ogunniyi, apart from the Nigerian Academy of Sciences, is also known to me personally. We work together in several committees in the College of Medicine. And I would just like to say that the academic career of Professor Ogunniyi is a tapestry of a service and statesmanship. And I would say that with certified and distinguished competencies, Professor Ogunniyi's performance and career, I would say, dwarf that of most of his contemporaries. That is just my opinion and what actually I've seen about him. I recall one of the lectures that Professor Ogunniyi gave during our annual scientific meeting. I was there, and quite a number of people that were there. And when we were preparing this tribute, I've been asked to tell you that it was a magnum opus. They still remember that lecture that you gave. And whether as a fellow of Nigerian Academy of Science, a fellow Academy of Medicine Specialties of Nigeria, that both of us and some other people are foundation fellows, and whether as a member of the several committees in the University of Ibadan, Appointments and Promotions Committee, that we also served together for many years, and whether as a director of an IMRAT, and maybe the editor-in-chief of the African Journal of Medicine and Medical Sciences, I would say Professor Ogunniyi remained a true totem of excellence and exemplar person to actually covet. He did very well in all of these assignments that he was given. On a personal level, I will want to appreciate Professor Ogunniyi on behalf of my wife, that you train and you mentor over the years. I say thank you. And in concluding this short tribute, I would say in Latin, ad multos annos, in good health, sound mind, long life, prosperity, in Jesus' precious name.
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for him. Welcome with me, Professor Femi Ogunniyi, as he speaks on behalf of the Academy of Medical Specialties of Nigeria. A round of applause for him.
Thank you. So I'm going to read basically what I have here. I'm honored to provide the following tribute from the President of the Academy of Medicine Specialties of Nigeria, Professor Oladapo Ashiru, OFR, to mark the retirement of Professor Adesola Ogunniyi, FAMED S, at a retirement symposium and book launch in his honor. So, having established that, please note that everything I'm saying now is from Professor Ashiru. Ladies and gentlemen, with great pleasure and gratitude, I stand before you today to pay tribute to a remarkable individual whose contributions to the Academy of Medicine Specialties of Nigeria have been nothing short of exemplary. As the president of this esteemed institution, I'm privileged to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Adesola Ogunniyi, a distinguished fellow of our academy and an invaluable member of our executive council. Professor Ogunniyi's unwavering dedication and exceptional service as the editor and a vital member of various committees within the academy have significantly impacted our growth and development. His commitment to excellence is typified in the production of our monthly newsletter and his instrumental role as the chairman of the selection committee for new fellows. Additionally, his active participation in the research committee has been instrumental in advancing medical knowledge and practice in our country. As a distinguished neurologist, Professor Ogunniyi's expertise and leadership have enriched the academy and left an indelible mark on the medical community as a whole. His passion for advancing medical research and education has inspired countless colleagues and students, and his legacy will continue to resonate throughout our institution for years. On this particular occasion, as we gather to celebrate the illustrious career of Professor Ogunniyi, I speak on behalf of the entire academy to express our most profound appreciation for his invaluable contributions. We're immensely grateful for his dedication, wisdom, and vision, which have helped shape the future of medicine in the country. As Professor Ogunniyi embarks on his new chapter of his life in retirement, we extend our warmest wishes for a fulfilling and joyful future. I pray that this next phase be filled with relaxation, new adventures, and the satisfaction of a lifetime of meaningful achievements. Thank you, Professor Ogunniyi, for your outstanding service and commitment to the Academy of Medicine Specialties of Nigeria. Your legacy will forever inspire us to strive for excellence in all that we do. We look forward to your continued service to the Academy, even as you enjoy your retirement. Warm regards, yours sincerely, Professor Oladapo Ashiru, OFR, FAMEDS, President, Academy of Medicine Specialties of Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
Just to say that a copy of this is in your email at this time.
Thank you very much, sir. Very quickly, welcome with me from the Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, Professor Fatiu Arugundade. A round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. The chairman of this occasion and her honoree of today and his wife, my distinguished teachers, friends, it's indeed my pleasure to be here. Even though I happened to be one of the mentees of Professor Ogunniyi, the college president sent his invitation to this program to me a couple of days ago and directed that I represent him. So I'm here in dual capacity, representing my college president and representing myself. Professor Ogunniyi happens to be one of our highly respected fellows in the college, a very simple, unassuming personality, soft-spoken, but very firm. He was an associate fellow in the college between 1980 and 1984 and graduated bagging the fellowship of the college in 1985. Professor Ogunniyi was awarded Doctor of Medicine by publication in the year 2020. He's one of the leading figures in the Faculty of Internal Medicine, where he has been an examiner since 1992. So he's been an examiner for upward of 30 years. In addition to that, Professor Ogunniyi served in the Faculty Board of Internal Medicine for 4 years, between year 2005 and 2009. Thereafter, Professor Ogunniyi became
Sorry, can we please reduce the noise at the rear of the hall? Thank you.
Served as the chairman of the Faculty of Internal Medicine. As chairman of Faculty of Internal Medicine, Professor Ogunniyi was the chief examiner in medicine. Not only that, was a member of the governing board and a member of Senate. He was very active in very major Senate committees. He was in the Business Committee of Senate. He was in the Dosymology Committee. Professor Ogunniyi left Senate only to be appointed to chair the Continuous Medical Education Committee. He developed the curriculum for neurology training in the Faculty of Internal Medicine along with many other colleagues. And when he was chairman, he actually developed the entire curriculum for training in internal medicine. The college appreciates his excellent service and will continue to relish in memories of what he's done for the college. More importantly, we wish him a very peaceful retirement, excellent health, longevity, and many more gainful accomplishments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take the recorded messages too now.
Good morning, good afternoon. Professor Ogunniyi, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, and friends, please accept my apologies for not being with you on this exceptional occasion. Professor Ogunniyi, or Shola as I fondly call you, first, many congratulations as we celebrate your remarkable career. As a teacher, as a mentor, I think a trailblazer and a leader. Your achievements in advancing neurology in Africa and neuroepidemiology of dementia are absolutely worthy of note in the milestones of African neurological sciences. It has really been a pleasure knowing you for at least 4 decades, going back to early 1990s, I think. And it's been a fine journey with you. You've been a brother, in fact, a kind brother, and a staunch support, and also a very loyal friend. Thank you. As we say in Swahili, asante sana. May you enjoy reading the festschrift that has been prepared for you and for this special occasion. Many congratulations. I have learned a lot from your gentle manner, and you are an example for me and all that we have come across in our paths. So in final words to say, at least now, until we meet again, is asante sana. And again, let's keep pursuing excellence meanwhile. And as Gower's words say, while we look for cures, we keep our patients and all our students and trainees amused. Thank you very much again, and many congratulations on this occasion.
There's a second one, so we'll take it now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been one of the greatest pleasures of my life to have had Professor Ogunniyi as my colleague and friend these many years. I first met Professor Ogunniyi in the early 1990s when the incomparable Dr. Ocean Token, Dr. Hall and I began to construct a dementia study comparing elderly African Americans living in Indianapolis and elderly Yoruba living in Ibadan, Nigeria, the Indianapolis-Ibadan Dementia Project. Professor Ocean Token quickly identified the colleagues who would join his study, Dr. Ogunniyi, Dr. Bayu, and Dr. Qureshi. The study proved to be the largest and longest study of its kind funded by the National Institutes of Aging. It was one of the first to identify the link between cardiovascular risk factors and dementia. What's good for the heart is good for the brain, was a saying of the Alzheimer's Association, as well as demonstrating differences in incidence rates and genetic risk factors between the populations. The data collected from this study is still prized and used in a number of ongoing genetic and epidemiological studies of dementia. Needless to say, Professor Ogunniyi played an invaluable role in the study with his formidable intellect, his social skills, and not least his charm. After the study was ended, I was delighted to have Professor Ogunniyi remain as a colleague, analyzing our data, developing new studies and partnerships, which he now has many, and as a friend. Shola, I wish you well in your retirement, as do my wife and our children who remember you fondly. I very much hope we continue our friendship. Thank you.
That was Hugh Henry. Okay. So he's a great collaborator with Prof. I think he was with Osun Token, then went on to Prof. And they are still together. So a big round of applause for him. Quickly, I will call on the President of the Nigerian Federation of Neuro Rehabilitation, Professor Ogunniyi. I'll be able to give him 2 minutes. Professor Ogunniyi, you're welcome, sir. A round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. I stand on the existing protocol, but I must still recognize and appreciate our celebrant of today, Professor Adesola Ogunniyi. Professor Ogunniyi was the foundation president of Nigeria Federation of Neuro Rehabilitation, which is the national chapter of the World Federation of Neuro Rehabilitation. I can remember very vividly at the start of this federation, he personally donated a lump sum amount of money for the giant takeoff. And the legacy he left behind has continued to allow the federation to make progress. Recently, the NFNR for short, hosted and held the 7th National World Congress of Neuro Rehabilitation in Nigeria. Personally, I will say I've benefited a lot from the excellence and the cerebral of Professor Ogunniyi. He was a resource to Society for the Study of Pain for many years, and he contributed immensely to the growth of that society. I remember for the first time, I knew about the graphic and photographic illustration of the quality of pain. For the first time, it was his original production. And I see you use those 6 cardinal qualities of pain in teaching till now. I had my own celebration like this about 5 years ago. And now I'm saying that, sir, by the grace of God, you are not retiring, you are refiring. And there is still more for you to do, but in a wider horizon. So I pray that the Lord will give you long life in good health to be able to continue to bring up more people that will enjoy your expertise in the world of neuroscience. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for him. And just so that it is not just academic and professional colleagues, I'm going to be calling one of Prof's friends, Mr. Ademola Taufik Bello, to give his tribute. Prof calls him Fiki. A round of applause for him. But I know you are friends. I will beg you to make it 3 minutes or less, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I stand on existing protocol. Well, he's my twin brother. So people say. If they see him and don't see me, they say, where is your brother? If they see me and don't see him, say, where is your brother? I thank God for that one. I came to Ogunniyi's life in 1965. That was when we were going for interview to enter Fidelity Grammar School. And ever since then, we've been together. There are certain things Ogunniyi doesn't like, which you people may know. Make sure he doesn't give you no for an answer. If you are pursuing something from him, make sure he doesn't give you no for an answer. He doesn't like cheating. I was a witness to many instances of cheating. He's a very good pianist. He said he has forgotten playing piano. He played piano for Fidelity Grammar School right from 1967 to 1970. And he said he has forgotten playing it. You see what the medical profession has done to the man. You are talking about adjunct. One man talking about adjunct. When the federal government extended the stay for academic professors to 70 years, he told me he didn't like it. He told me. He said he didn't like it. But I said, what? What do I have to do? Me, if he asked me to work until 75, I'll work. I'm now 74. He's just 70. So, we thank God for him. He's a great mixer. There is no party you invite to go into that he will not go. Even if it's a party of cleaners, he will go there. He socializes a lot. And that character, he picked from his parents. Lastly, I don't want to be told to, he's very generous. He's lucky he didn't go to private practice. He will have retired broke. He could give all he has to pursue a cause that he believes in. And me and him, we were fortunate to marry from the same family. Yes. Yes. Madam, we married from Adesola family. She's Thomas. Remember, Mama Fela was Miss Thomas too. Or Mrs. Thomas? Miss Thomas. I married Coca. And they are both from Adesola. They are from the same lineage of Jibolu Taiwo. I'm happy I share all these things with him. And I'm wishing him all the best in his post-retirement endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. So, well, I will just take one more. We still have tomorrow. So if you don't make today, we can do tomorrow. So permit me to call on Professor Falusi. I will be able to spare some 60 seconds. Professor Adeyinka Falusi, a round of applause. A round of applause for her.
I praise God that I'm able to stand before you
to voice out a little bit about this man sitting on the podium. Everybody's been talking about his brilliance, his everything. I want to talk about his other side. My path has crossed his own many ways. As a former director of IMRAT, I took the job from him. And the foundation he laid, we tried to build on it. Secondly, as a member of the Academy of Science, we are there with him. Thirdly, as a member of a fellow of the Academy of Medicine Specialties, we are there with him, and we see his performance there. He puts all his heart into it. Besides that, Professor Ogunniyi trained 2 of my children, and they are doing very well and always talking about him. More importantly, this man is a caring man. He has a large heart. When you are sick and you mention to Professor Ogunniyi, oh, this thing is happening, maybe next week I can come and see you. You know that within the next few hours, he will say, I'm on the way to your house. That is this big man standing up there. Caring, loving, and the Lord is blessing the work that he's doing. He loves everybody that he comes across. And so today we are talking about the brilliance, but we know that the Lord that pays and repays will continue to repay you in many folds, because you have given of yourself, you've given of your spirit, you've given everything that you have to humanity. And so we are here to rejoice with you. I thank you for knowing you. I thank God that I'm interacting with you on a few bases in the medical field where you take care of us. You take care of all of us. The children are saying hello to you. They are not here. And we appreciate you and your lovely wife. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Well, that was supposed to be the last, but I'll allow Professor Node. Ma, I will, by permission of the organizers, give you 60 seconds, ma. You are welcome. A round of applause for Professor Onodeko as she gives our goodwill message. Let's clap for her. Let's clap for her.
Thank you. I promise to stay within the limits of the time you've given me. This is indeed the day the Lord has made, and we are all glad and rejoicing in it. I stand on all existing protocol, but I want to really celebrate our celebrant of today, Professor Ogunniyi. Hearty congratulations to you and your dear wife, my dear sister, Dr. Jai, and the wonderful children the Lord has blessed you with. Children for signs and wonders. Indeed, as we've all heard, somebody mentioned it, Professor Ogunniyi is a gem of a man. He's a real gentleman. And I came out to emphasize one thing, that he's such a wonderful person. I think the day God created him, God did nothing else. And I just thank God for your life, you know. He's ever so gentle, so humble, so unassuming, and ever so caring. Anytime you call on Professor Ogunniyi, just as my sister, Professor Fadua, he will be on his way. He is always there to help. Call him at any time of the day, midnight, early hours of the morning. He is there. The Lord will bless you and reward you for your labor of love. God will bless your new age, and whatever you lay your hands to do in your future, the Lord will bless and continue to bless your family.
Amen.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Thank you very much, ma. A round of applause for her. So quickly we move into the presentation of gifts. May I crave the indulgence of the celebrant to step to the spotlight here. We'll be calling you for presentation of gifts. Please, I'll be holding the microphone for you. Just say on behalf of ABC, we are giving you this. No speeches. You drop the gifts and you take your seat. Thank you for cooperating in advance. Our time is fast spent, and we need to round up as soon as possible. So may I ask that the celebrants stay on the center stage, And I will start with our wonderful medical outpatient nurses. A round of applause for them as they come for the presentation of their gifts. MOP nurses, are they still around? Come here, come here. Photographers, are you available?
Thank you so much.
On behalf of Medical Patients UCH, we are presenting this for you for your selfless service. In MOP, we love you. Thank you.
So let me call on the students of the CRIH. The students, you have a presentation for him. The chief resident of internal medicine should please get ready. You are next.
On behalf of College Research and Innovation, we present this plaque to our pioneer and grand patron of our association. Thank you so much, sir, for what you've done for Creek. God bless you.
Yes, take a picture. The chief resident, internal medicine department, come forward for your presentation. Chief resident not available. Okay, non-teaching staff of internal medicine department.
On behalf of the department, medicine department, non-teaching staff, we present this thing to our Oga.
Resident doctors, your turn.
We are honored to present this token of appreciation to Professor Ogunniyi for his mentorship. He has held us by the hand over the years, and we are eternally grateful for his care and his training and his mentorship over the years. Please accept this token of appreciation. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Medical library. Medical library. And MAPIN, that's Medical Education Partnership Initiative. Please get ready. Medical library.
Okay. On behalf of all the staff of the Ilatunde Odeku Medical Library, we present this token to you for all you did for us.
Thank you so much.
MAPIN. Can flip to the other side too. Can flip to the other side.
Why do you come now?
Who's speaking?
On behalf of the mapping community at the University of Ibadan, we congratulate you, sir, and we present this to you, and we wish you all the best, even as you retire and stay active.
Imrat. Imrat, are we here? Okay. Imrat.
Let me release my microphone to her. Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. The MC, please permit me to call all our past directors who are with us here. Professor Falusi, Professor Falade, who else? I think others are not here. Professor Tomori, are you here, please? Okay. Please, Professors Falusi and Falade, kindly join us here. So not to take much of our time, the AMRAT, that's the Institute for Advanced Medical Research and Training, has already submitted a tribute, which is in one of the books that you might have bought this afternoon. But on this occasion, we're here to congratulate our past director, Professor Adesola Ogunniyi. And we want to attest to all that have been said about him, who he is, both at work, at home, and in the social gathering. But for us at AMRAT, that's what we call Institute for Advanced Medical Research and Training. For us at AMRAT, Professor Ogunniyi is even more than all that might have been said about him. He has been very instrumental to major developments at the Institute. And he has many mentees. And many of them are also collaborators or adjunct staff of AMRAT. And we have the speaker of today, Professor Walker, who is also an adjunct professor of AMRAT. So, and this is really due to his own collaboration and network, which he has brought into AMRAT. And we are very much grateful for this, your leadership at AMRAT. We are more than this, but this is a good representation of the of AMRAT. I will say that Professor Falade should present this gift on behalf. Professor Falade is the immediate past president of director, of AMRAT. So she will present the gift on behalf of AMRAT. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ajay. For me, it's a great pleasure to have this opportunity. Uncle Shola, congratulations on your retirement. I have no doubt that you are going to have a scintillating time. God bless you.
Thank you. Amen. Thank you so
A round of applause for AMRAT. May I invite Dr. Jokotari Adele to present on behalf of the Department of Internal Medicine.
So I will be making this presentation on behalf of the head and the entire staff of the Department of Medicine, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, and the University College of Hospital. It is a token of our appreciation for your diligence, dedication, and meritorious service to the department through the decades gone by. You led us so we may lead. You inspired us so we may inspire. You taught, you mentored, and invested in us all to dream, to grow, and to build. Thank you for everything you've done for us, sir. We wish you the very best in the years and decades ahead.
Thank you so much. Amen. Amen. Yes. Amen. Thank you.
And we also have a gift that's been delivered to your house. It's a token, but as I said earlier, we thank you for all you've been to us. Thank you, sir.
Okay, mentees, Professor Morenikeji Komolafe and Dr. Farumbi. Mentees, sorry. Please step on the stage, ma. Ma, please step up.
On behalf of all your mentees in Nigeria and all over the world, we want to appreciate you for being, yes, our names are there, for being our mentor, a father to us. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you, sir. Congratulations, yes, sir. That's the names of all your mentees. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. You have touched all of us with your love and your heart. And this is what we could give just to say, as a token, to say thank you for being there for us all the time.
Okay, thank you all. We know many more gifts and presentations will continue tomorrow. But right now, I want the celebrant to return upstage, and so that we can cut his cake. I would like to call on Professor Adesola Ogunniyi to coordinate the cutting of the cake, and then the celebrant can give us some response before we go. Professor Ogunniyi, my round of applause for her.
Members of the high table, I greet you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the time when the cake has to be cut. So I'm going to ask Professor Adesola Ogunniyi and Mrs. Ogunniyi, can we move this? So we're going to have two sets of pictures. So we'll start with Professor Ogunniyi and Mrs. Ogunniyi. And then we are going to count to 70. So once we get to 70, the cake will be cut. So can we please move near the cake? So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Please, can we sing happy birthday? Can we sing happy birthday to Prof? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Now, please, can the children come up as well? Damola and Debola. Mr. Femi Thomas. Mr. Yemi Ogunniyi. Please, can we come up? We'll still have photographs. No, we'll call you. No, I'm going to call you. We just want the... Kẹ́hìndé Ògúnṣèyítán.
Anyone who takes offense
Can the management please join? Management. Please don't go. We will continue the cake cutting after, but we just want to wrap. Thank you very much. We will continue the cake cutting after the program has been wrapped up.
Thank you very much. So very quickly, I will give Deacon his own 2 minutes to talk, and the celebrant will respond, and then we close. So a round of applause for the elder brother of our celebrant of today, Deacon Nathaniel Yemi Ogunniyi. A round of applause for him.
The Bible says, seest a man diligent in his work, he shall stand before kings and not before mean men. This professor is my brother, my friend, my confidant. I'm an iconic figure in the family. We all love him, and we are praying for his long life. I want to welcome you to the League of Retirees. What we say in America is AARP. You are now a full-fledged member of AARP. You are not tired, but you are going to go stronger by the will of God. I remember the days of old, how we travel and just do things together. And I'm grateful to God that He has spared our lives. I am so happy coming in today with the people and the crowd that were around. It was a very colorful occasion. When you invited my brother and his wife, who is my sister anyway, when you invited them, tears welled up my eyes because I thought of our parents who trained us. They said, train up a child in the way he should go, and he shall not depart from it. I also remember them giving us timely warnings, saying, know the child of who you are. Know the child of who you are. Especially when we are going out to the parties or when we go out on several occasions. So I am thankful to God for what He has done in your life and in the lives of other families. Well, this is a great occasion, and I'm so proud for your accomplishments in life. You are a star, and you will continue to excel in all areas of life. Lastly, I want to say we give God the glory. What you are is a gift from God. What you became or what you become is the gift. No, what you are is a gift to us, and what you become is the gift from God. And that's why we're going to end the lesson today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deacon. So the celebrant shall have his words now. I know he's not a man of many words, but he has a lot to say today. A round of applause for the celebrant of the day.
the distinguished personalities on the high table, my wife, distinguished members present at this time. I know that time is far gone, and most of the older persons who are here before had left. But I'm grateful for those of us who are able to stay back. A lot had been said, and a lot will still be said. My head has become swollen because I've had more than I could imagine in life, but it's been great. And I feel great that I have this chance. I'd like to thank all those who gave me gifts. I'd like to thank those who prayed for me. I'd like to thank all those who expressed kind words about me. There's a saying that the journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. And I took the first step to the University College Hospital some 45 years ago when I came for a house job, and then into the University of Ibadan College of Medicine 36 years ago. It's so interesting that I started with physiology. On October 30, 2023, I gave my last lecture to the integrated courses on applications of physiology in medicine. So it looks like it has come round full circle, and it's been a big honor doing that. The usual saying is that Ogwonumbo Akuola, which means 20 years will turn out to be one day, because time moves very fast, and we have no control over it. So it's best to live to serve yourself and your community, and this is precisely what I plan to do. My wife reminded me a couple of days ago when we were talking about this, that there was this motto of Queen's College, Lagos: pass on the torch when it is still burning bright. And I'm glad that the torch in neurology has been passed on to very eminent neurologists. Professor Maiwa Wolabi is making giant strides in the world. Professor Rufus Akinyemi is no less a dignified person. They are iconic people: stroke, dementia, and all that. And for all this, I'm very grateful. So one is not leaving a vacuum. So there are people to replace me, and I'm really pleased. I'm happy that I have people who've worked with me who now hold eminent and dignified positions in society. Professor Babatunde Salako, he says I should not call him professor, and I always insist that it must be called Professor Babatunde Salako. He's here in the audience. It's DG Naima, and he's done me this honor. He had to be in Abuja to defend the budget, but he said he must show up here to give me the day, and I'm really happy. The usual tradition is that by 1:30 he will go for his prayers, but I see him still seated here, which just shows the high regard that he has for me. So Tunde, thank you so much, and God will honor you. My brother, cousin, Professor Tunji Olaokpa, Chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission, should be in Abuja as well, but he's here with his wife, and he also reviewed the book, and they've done me all that honor. I thank you so much. I'd like to thank all my colleagues who are here and my seniors, Professor Adekunle, Professor Yegureje, Professor Wura Shokunbi, and all the others who are here. And I have a boss in the house. His name is Engineer Korede Shegun. I think his own day will come tomorrow when he will perform his own antics. I thank Professor Richard Walker. We've been friends for about a decade, but it goes beyond that. You could see us, he was in short, I was in trouser. We went to watch Newcastle play against Sunderland, and there was always that rivalry between the two. And we enjoyed our visit there in Newcastle upon Tyne, and so on and so forth. So my life has been quite full, very challenging at times, but full of accomplishment. I thank the University of Ibadan for giving me the opportunity to work in the system. I'd like to thank University College Hospital Ibadan for providing the ambience for clinical practice and for us to excel. I'd like to thank our royal fathers and elders, and there's a Kabiyesi in the hall who we are waiting for his coronation sometimes. He's looking at me, and we're looking at each other. I'd like to thank all my colleagues who are in the audience. Some of them will be leaving very soon. Many came from Lagos and to honor me on this occasion. I'd like to thank all those who call themselves mentees, although now many of them are my mentors. They keep inspiring me. They keep teaching me new things, including how to dance and how to do things better. And they seem to have acquired all the taste, and they do things better than I do. So I'm going to learn a lot from them. I thank all my friends. Demola Bello is the number one, but all the others who are my friends here, I thank you all, and all my classmates, the Gobi group. I think I can see them sitting together there. Up I see. I'd like to thank my family for providing the environment to be able to thrive in a challenging world. Damola, Debola, Mr. Femi Thomas, Okwe Thomas, and the two families together, and of course my wife, who's been a pillar. I'd like to thank God over and above everything. My brother is a deacon in the Baptist church in Colesville, and he started with Bible passage, so I'm going to try and copy him. And I'm going to say, oh God, I hope in ages past, I hope for years to come, and we believe that God will continue to be our strength. So I pray that God will be with us as we part to meet again and again. In all, I thank you all. I'm indeed very honored. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof also almost made that another interesting speech, as he always does. But I know he's still going to have some more time to talk and talk about dance. If you missed the black tie dance yesterday, I know it's on social media trending now. I don't know how many likes. There's still going to be another one this afternoon. So if you are interested in joining the dance club, just wait behind. There will be some dancing. And I've also been informed that the Ashwebi picture is happening right after now. So you have your Ankara or you don't have it, you are taking a group picture for all of us in Ashwebi. So ladies and gentlemen, it's been a day. It's been interesting. But before we open the dance floor, I would like to call on Dr. Lolai Taiwo to give us a vote of thanks. And of course, Venerable Professor Malomo to give us the closing prayer so that we can dance, so that he would have done the closing prayer. You won't see our dancing steps. We had some dancing steps yesterday that Venerable should be on his way to his car by the time we start that one. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as I welcome Dr. Taiwo for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having waited this far. Before I go on, I would like to invite Dr. Tomiwa Makonjola to join me on the stage. Yes, so this vote of thanks, I'll speak on behalf of both of us. When we conceived this idea about maybe a year ago, we thought it was a dream that we couldn't achieve. But through it all, Dr. Makonjola was a pillar of strength and support. Whenever I'm not on ground to do some things, he will do it and much more. And this is what we have to show for it. And all this wouldn't have been possible without the support of all the mentees. So we give our thanks to them for every dime they contributed, for the prayers, for the counsel, the pieces of advice we received, and the Department of Medicine for combining strength with ours to put this program together to honor our dear Prof. So this is our little way of saying thank you to Prof, and thank you to everybody that joined us to celebrate our dear Professor Ogunniyi. Thank you, everyone, and we wish you safe journey back to your various destinations.
Dr. Taiwo must be used to joining hands in fellowship. She must be used to joining hands in fellowship, the way she was holding tightly to Dr. Makonjola. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, welcome with me Venerable Professor Adesola Ogunniyi as he gives us the short closing prayer. A round of applause for him. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Holy Father, we bring this entire body before you, looking back to acknowledge all the magnificent graces that you have granted to make today possible in the life of your servant, Adesola, and his entire wonderful family. We give you thanks, we praise you, and we worship you. We ask, Father, that as they move on to a different phase of their wonderful lives, you will help them to remain genuine instruments of God's glory, blessing to all his creation, enlightenment and enrichment of the life you've granted them. We thank you for everyone that you've used to make today possible, particularly our elders and senior citizens. We ask, oh God, that you will continue to grant them good health, peace of mind, and joy, that they will share with the world far beyond themselves. We pray for all who have traveled from far and near, and who will continue to travel for the other aspects of these series of occasions. Continue to keep and guide us in our bodies, minds, souls, and spirits, in our outputs and impacts on the world. And we pray that you will bless our journeys back to our different places. And we all, wherever we find ourselves, Holy Father, however long you grant us on this planet, Holy Father, make us genuine points of contact with God, with God's love, God's wisdom, God's mercy, God's grace, and God's blessing and blessedness. Grant beyond all human abilities to ask unto us. Through Jesus Christ, we have prayed.
Amen. Thank you very much, sir. So we'll take the group photograph. We'll take the group photograph, and the dance floor opens after that. Ashwabi, Department of Medicine first. Okay, Department of Medicine first, then the Ashwabi second. So Department of Medicine, make your way to the podium. We'll take the picture. Department of Medicine first. Department of Medicine, join us upstage first.
It's Maestro on the beat, baby.
Medicine, Department of Medicine, please. Other pictures will be taken downstage. Department of Medicine only, up here. Department of Medicine only, up here. All other photographs are to be taken down there. Department of Medicine only, up here. Department of Medicine. Department of Medicine alone. All other photographs are to be taken down here. Everybody in Ashwebi, please join the picture now. All other photographs will be taken down here, please. All other photographs will be taken down here, please. Igbobi College classmates, let's take it down here. Let's come downstairs, sir. Yes, let's come here. All other photographs here. Igbobi College, we are starting with you. Bobby College with the celebrant. Bobby College with the celebrant. Bobby College with the celebrant. Ashwebi, we'll take it again. We'll take a second Ashwebi downstage. So if you, we'll take another Ashwebi downstage. But Bobby College first. Bobby College now. Igbobi College now. Igbobi College with the celebrant. Then Ashwebi again down here. Igbobi College. Then move forward, sirs. Move forward, sirs. Move closer to the cake, sir. Oh yeah, photographers. Let's be snappy. Ashwebi again. Another round down here. Okay. Ashwebi again. Thank you, photographers. Ashwebi, let's go. Let's join them. Ashwebi. Everybody in Ashwebi again. Ashwebi again. Let's do it quickly. Photographers, let's get ready. Ashwebi again. Let's space out so that it will take all of us. Let's spread out. Let's spread out. Let's spread out. You are too close to the photographers. Let's spread out. Let's spread out. Ashwebi, let's spread out. You are too close to the photographers. Let's spread out. Okay, neurology unit after that. Neurology alone after that. Neurology unit alone. Neurology unit alone now. Neurology alone. Neurology alone, neurology. Whether in Ashwebi or not, neurology alone. All other units in medicine now, including cardiology, where they are poaching from. Cardiology, GI, let's join them now. Cardiology, GI, let's join them. Cardiology, GI, another unit of medicine. And then non-academic staff can join after that. Figosa. Fiditi Grammar School. Oyo Medical Students Association, you are next after that. Oyomsa. Figosa, Fiditi Grammar School. Oyo State Medical Student Association next, please. Oyo State Medical Student Association. Oyomsa, please take your picture now. Oyomsa. The usual group, let's join now. Usual group, let's join now. Oyomsa, let's take your picture now. Oyomsa, take your picture now. Oyomsa, take your picture now. IMRAT and other research groups. IMRAT and other research groups in the college. IMRAT and other research groups in the college. Let's take now. IMRAT and other research groups in the college. IMRAT and other research groups. IMRAT and other research groups, please. IMRAT and other research groups, now. Oh yeah, IMRAT, while the Newcastle group gets ready, IMRAT and other research groups. IMRAT and other research groups. Go there. IMRAT and other research groups. IMRAT now. IMRAT now. All research groups should join with IMRAT now. All research groups. If it's a research group, IMRAT and other research groups. IMRAT and other research groups now, please. IMRAT. IMRAT, this is the last call for IMRAT. Last call, IMRAT. The Newcastle group. Newcastle group. CIRH now, CIRH now, CIRH now, CIRH now. Boarding, CIRH now. CIRH. Okay. CIRH now. CRH now. CRH now. Awe now. Awe after CRH. Awe. Awe. The Awe Mystic Group. Oh yeah, Awe now. Awe now. Awe now. Awe now. Let's do Awe now. And then LOC after that. LOC after this. Local Organizing Committee. LOC, all LOC members now. LOC now, LOC now, LOC now. Dr. Taiwo. Dr. Makanjuola, LOC now. Thank you all and God bless.